Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Virginia Beach Mustangs football week number 1. And all your action today is brought to you by CHICHO'S. I'm here with Bruce Pearl, the owner of the Virginia Beach Mustangs, and after being in the Pop Warner last 20 years or so, they're here now in the United Youth Football League. It's great to have you here, Bruce. How are you today?
Everything is great. Everything's great. Glad to be here.
Glad to get the season underway. We have the Virginia Beach Mustangs taking on the Tidewater Trojans today. 84 degrees right now. Feels much warmer than that. I'm sure you can attest down there on the field. Already here in Virginia Beach, feels like 91. Anything that you're specifically excited for today, week
Just
number 1?
yeah, just ready to get the season started. These kids have been working a long time. We didn't get to play last year, so everybody's just excited to get us started.
That's definitely the case. We saw a big pause in almost all professional sports ever since March of 2020, and things have gotten underway. We've crowned some champions in professional sports leagues, and now we're here underway. First play of the day gone underway in Virginia Beach. Mustangs currently in possession, wearing the gray jerseys and the burgundy pants with the yellow socks. Their counterparts, the Trojans, in the white uniforms with the dark helmets. So in this sort of level of football, not necessarily the highest level, but still exciting things. The players can still learn a lot and begin to grow the game, wouldn't you think?
Oh, absolutely. We had a little coaching issues early, and we had to replace the coach. And for our team, this team's really starting to come on, and they're doing pretty good. And it's just a matter of getting them to play. And at 6 years old, we just want them to get out there and play and start learning the pieces of the football game.
Right, have a great time and learn the fundamentals so that then they can continue and build on that football knowledge that they have. And who knows, maybe we'll see the next big leaguer out here.
Oh, I'm sure you'll see some next big leaguer out here. A lot of good teams coming out here today. The 9U Bulls is a nationally ranked team. Our 9-year-old team is they're not nationally ranked, but they should be, so that should be a good one. And then 3 o'clock's the big showdown with the Trojan team that's been together a while, and they've joined teams with a bunch of people. And our little 13-year-old team's going to come out there and try to throw blows. There'll be good players all over the place there.
So there you heard it from Bruce Pearl, the owner of the Virginia Beach Mustangs. This isn't the only game you're getting today. You're getting a day full of content. As you see here, a big run breaking out across just behind the 40-yard line, about the 42. A big play there, about 20 yards or so. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, it's a great day. It's great football. It's just fun to watch those little guys run around the field and score touchdowns and make tackles and throw blocks and just learn how to be part of a football team.
Those first couple plays, always exciting to get those out of the way, and then the game really underway, sort of teams kind of settling into things, getting rid of those first game day jitters. But already you can see those big plays sort of breaking through, a big run over to the left, all the way across half field, and the Mustangs really starting to pull the trigger on the offense, we'll say.
It's 6U football, 7U football. It's really all about the big play. They may run 2 or 3 or 4 plays that don't go anywhere, but eventually one of them little kids break, and you're going to see that on both sides. Traditionally these are high-scoring games, and just because the defenses are much behind the elite athlete on the offensive side.
And that's even something that you can tend to see in professional leagues as well, where the defense can hold the opposition for quite a bit, but all it takes is that one big play. The defense has to be strong the entire game, but if they just not necessarily slack off but miss a step one time, it can lead to a big moment for the offense.
Absolutely. We see it all the time at all levels of football for sure.
So there we see a handoff inside, but the Trojans able to quickly counter on that, getting good penetration through the offensive line. A small tackle for a loss there, like you were saying, that defense comes up with big stops, but it's that one play, and all it takes is that one play we saw before, gathering about 20 yards.
It's pretty exciting stuff. It's just fun to watch the little guys run around and play football.
And I'm sure they love to be out there as well.
Especially at a beautiful complex like this.
Oh, yes. Hardly a place better in the United States, maybe even the world here, than the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Also have the regional training center that the United States national field hockey team uses. There's another big run, getting up about 7 yards there. The quarterback for the Mustangs, taking that one himself. Royale Smiley. Surely he'll be smiling after a big gain like that.
He has a few brothers in the program, and they're all pretty good players. His older brother is the quarterback of the our top 9U team. So he'll be somebody to look for here in a few hours.
You can catch all those games here coming up today, presented, of course, by CHICHO'S, providing you more than pizza since 1968. If you're looking for a place to go after the big game today or one of the big games, no better place than CHICHO'S. Now it looked like there was a false start there.
Again, it's 6U football. You'll get a whole lot of that. We're just hoping next game there'll be less, and each week they get better and better at that. We still see the big boys make those same mistakes.
And you see that really across all levels as well, especially in first game, teams still trying to get that offense or that defense ironed out perfectly. And while, of course, like you said, it's 6U, of course it's not going to be perfect, but still a bit of time to settle into things, only week 1. There's still plenty of great and exciting action here in Virginia Beach between the Tidewater Trojans and the Virginia Beach Mustangs. That there was Bruce Pearl, the owner of the Virginia Beach Mustangs. This is their first season in the United Youth Football League. Always great to have him here. And he mentioned a couple big games coming up against the nationally ranked Bulls later on today. And then also 3 o'clock, a big game coming up. You can all find that right here. Virginia Beach Mustangs football week 1. CHICHO'S presenting you most of the action, if not all of it today. The Mustangs back out onto the field, hustling quickly, urged on by their coaches. Out there, they'll get set for another play coming up. 3rd down here. The Virginia Beach Sportsplex, certainly a great atmosphere out here today. Quite a few fans in attendance up on the berm. A little bit of a breeze coming across the field. Certainly must feel nice for the players down 3 floors below. As it looked like there was a turnover caused by the Trojans. They've been able to pick up the ball, so now they'll have their first go on offense.
Slightly torn Achilles, yeah.
So now we'll see what the Virginia Beach Mustangs has in store here for us in week 1. CHICHO'S bringing you the action today. There's a fumble in the backfield and a big tackle. Great defense there by the Mustangs, able to get good penetration through the offensive line, disrupt the handoff. And the coaches very happy for what they saw there for the Mustangs. Second down coming up for the visiting side. You can see some of the coaches just a bit of fine tuning for the positioning on some of these players before the snap. As it's another fumble and another big stop by the Mustang defense. Almost seems like there's 11 ball hawks out there searching for the ball. They're able to find it and make the big play on defense. We'll see if they'll be able to hold on long enough here. Back when the Mustangs had the ball, it was a big 25-yard run or so. That's been the biggest play of the game so far. It was carried out by the Mustangs. We mentioned before how the defense needs to be strong almost all the time, and the Mustangs certainly showing that here. A couple of plays in. And they look ready for the Trojans, to say the least. As the two teams get set for a repeat of third down coming up. We talked a little bit about how at this level being 6U, it's just great to have the players out here playing some football. I remember back when I was that age watching the NFL with my family members and just wanting to get out there and play almost all the time, and it's great that these kids have the opportunity now to do that after so long without it. Last year, the season took a brief hiatus. Mustangs defense doing a really nice job. There's Caden Dominic. It's a high five from his coach. Four big stops from the Mustangs. We'll see how their defense continues to hold up as the game progresses. Now it's the offense who will head back out onto the field. First down coming up here for the Mustangs. Is everyone getting set in their positions, ready to go? Still no score yet between these two teams. 4 big stops for the Mustangs defense in a row. A handoff looking to go to the outside, quickly moving here, Jordan Wiley, but he's brought down, and big tackle there, stopping a big run. Second down coming up here. Looks like the Mustangs could have had quite a big play on that previous run. It was a key tackle that was able to stop them right around the line of scrimmage. Another handoff, this time through the middle. A couple yards there, looked like it was Princeton Holloway before he was brought down by the defense. Trishan Perkins getting in on the tackle there on the other side of the ball. Third down now, and you see in the defensive formation for the Trojans, they have a couple players wide, and now that's certainly coming into effect as Smiley is brought down behind the line. Those wide players out used to contain the quarterback and running back during the ground game. We've seen quite a few wide sweeping plays from the Mustangs on offense. Now on defense, the Trojans coming up with an answer for it. They get a nice strong stop. So now the ball will change hands once more. Another slight breeze coming across the field here on this very warm Virginia Beach morning. Just waiting for that weather to turn a bit more here as college football also getting underway today. Of course, the NFL season just around the corner as well. With the warmer, rather hot weather, certainly doesn't seem like it's football weather, or at least not the fun part of football weather. There's another good stop by the Mustangs defense, slowing things up. Getting a good tackle in behind the line. Second down coming up, and you can already see a bit of a difference in the formations for these two teams. Trojans keep everyone clumped together right along the line as you see a carry out towards the left side of the field. Breaking away now before being brought down by Jordan Wiley was Derek Green for the Tidewater Trojans. Nice job by the Trojans, able to capitalize on that opportunity. So I was just mentioning the formations. The Mustangs having quite a few people, or not everyone on defense, almost inside the offensive line, and they're able to get out there. It was good recognition from Wiley. Move quickly laterally across towards the edge of the field and break off that play. Third down coming up. Got a handful of yards to go. We'll see if the Trojans can get it done, but he's evading one tackle and now two. Good movement. It looks like he will maybe get the first down there. If not, it'll certainly be 4th and inches. I think that was Bryce Whitaker with the run and the big pickup there. And it will be first down. A nice job by the Trojans. Couple of running plays over towards the left. First one didn't quite work out in their favor, but able to make amends on the second attempt. The offensive line just getting set up here, making sure they're behind the ball. A little bit of help from some of the coaches. Looks like there was an offsides penalty against the defense. Another couple penalties in a row. That one for illegal formation on the defense. So another free first down thanks to the 2 5-yard penalties. Trojans slowly making their way down the field here in week 1 of action. They take on the Virginia Beach Mustangs, their home team today, here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. All the action today brought to you by CHICHO'S, providing you more than pizza since 1968. Looking for a place to go after the game. A big tackle there from the defense. Looked like that was Grayson Taylor who got the stop. Head over to CHICHO'S. Quite a few locations available for you to choose from, depending on where you are. Looks like we'll have a brief pause in the action. We'll be now the two teams getting ready to play a bit more here. Trojans still on offense. They've been able to carry the ball quite a bit here on this last drive, aided by a couple of penalties committed by the Mustangs. This one being carried out towards the right side. The keeper by Green before brought out of bounds. Another big gain there for the Trojans. I was able to squeak away from Taylor and Kaysen. Two Mustangs in pursuit, though finally able to drive him out of bounds. A penalty flag on the field, and looks like it'll be a false start on the offense. So we'll get backed up a few yards. The whistle is signifying halftime here, so we're going to take a brief pause in the action and be right back with the rest of this contest here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. As the Virginia Beach Mustangs in week 1 of football taking on the Tidewater Trojans.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. Two beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing two favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
So coming out of the CHICHO'S halftime break, will be the Virginia Beach Mustangs on defense as they're currently taking on the Tidewater Trojans. Both teams still at 0 points apiece, but I've seen quite a few plays from each offense. Able to move quickly down the field, pick up a first down. Biggest run of the day, though, going over to the Mustangs. They're able to pick up about 23 yards on a big play early on in the game. Last time out on offense for the Trojans, they were stopped almost instantaneously by this Mustangs defense. The Mustangs, of course, wearing those white helmet, gray jerseys, burgundy pants with the burgundy M on it. The Trojans now on offense wearing the white jerseys, gray pants, dark helmets, and the gold numbers as well. There are quite a few games coming up today. Including a 9U game against the Virginia Bulls, one of the nationally ranked teams in the country. And also the 3 o'clock showdown here early on in this afternoon. All the action presented by CHICHO'S. The second half moments away from getting started.
First and 10, ball on the 35-yard line.
Coach is just making sure
Trojans versus the Mustangs.
that they've got the head counts lined up.
Robert E.F. in the sportsplex. Let's get this thing started.
There are all the players with mouth guards in. An animated conversation between one of the coaches for the Trojans and the officials. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification, and it looks like we have that here now. There's the officials step away, and the coaches take a couple steps back. We get the whistle. The Trojans quarterback steps under center. Looks like the offensive line a bit too quick there on the jump.
Gonna have a first and 15.
So now it's 1st and 15 here, and hopefully the Trojans understand a bit better in what they want to do here on offense. The Mustangs defense eagerly awaiting the snap. We saw them quickly able to wrap up ball carries, but now a big break here for the Trojans at the 40, the 35 to the 30, 25-20. Mustangs in hot pursuit, but will they be able to bring him down? And they're able to do so, but just across the goal line. Trojans get the first points up on the board.
8 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
And a big play there for the Trojans. All that time that they spent before the snap certainly paying off. 1st and 10 doesn't matter. We'll give you 1st and 15. We'll still be able to score. The Trojans able to get up on the board first. Head currently by a score of 6-0. It's been a bit of an interesting difference, that last play, that we've seen from almost all the rest of the action. Typically, we've seen both teams look for more sweeping plays towards the outside. There, though, Trojans opting for a run up the middle, and it paid off in dividends. As Mitchell with the handoff. Or penalty flag down on the field, and looks like it'll be a false start on the offense. Understanding we're having a couple problems currently, but a good stop by the Mustangs defense. Halts the extra point attempt there for the Trojans. So after that touchdown there, the Trojans up by a score of 6-0 over the Virginia Beach Mustangs. Mustangs heading back out on offense in just a moment. We'll see how they match up against this Trojans defense. They had a couple big plays earlier on in the game. The Trojans have come up with a bit more of an answer than the home side would have liked. So now the players getting set up on the field. The coach is providing a bit of assistance. As the Virginia Beach Mustangs get set to go here on first down. 1st and 10, down by 6. Wrapped up and brought down behind the line of scrimmage there on the handoff. I think it was Dominic who received the handoff there, unable to make anything out of it though. Defense able to get a good jump on the line. Second down coming up. As now the Mustang offensive line getting their blocking assignments. They look to execute on that, hand it off over towards the left side. Smiley is brought down, about 5 yards to go after a nice pickup there. Another big run there for the Mustangs. We'll sweep it out over towards the left side. We get set to go from the 45-yard line, just past half field. First down coming up here. Mustangs still down by 6. Now some penalty flags out on the field. Trojans coaching saying that they thought it was on the offense, but the officials call moved the ball the other way, it seems. Now calling for a bit of a zebra conference here, just by the line of scrimmage. We'll see which way the ball will move here. It'll be 1st and 5 or 1st and 15. Rather, we'll just run it back into a 1st and 10. Looks like the penalties will offset. It'll just be 1st and 10 here. The second half, Trojans up by a score of 6-0 over the Virginia Beach Mustangs. After this game's conclusion, we'll still have plenty more action for you coming up today. Including 7U, 9U game against the Virginia Bulls. And later on, 12U and 13U. A big 3 o'clock game coming up today. Another couple penalty flags on the field. There's the play being slowed down once more. This time it'll be on the offense. So now it'll be 1st and 15. Just ironing out some issues over on the sideline. With the first down markers. The sun continues to shine down here on the field. The shadow's just going to grow smaller and smaller as the morning creeps on. last play. It looked like the Mustangs had a good opportunity to get the ball moving forward, but then the Trojans defense quickly able to close them down. The players head over to the sideline. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with the rest of the action here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Virginia Beach Mustangs taking on the Tidewater Trojans in week 1 of this United Youth Football League season. All the action presented by CHICHO'S. If you're looking for a place to go after the games today, head over to CHICHO'S with food, drinks, games, and more. Serving you more than just pizza since 1968. A variety of locations you can see there on your screen. 11th Street, 29th. We're backstage Greenbrier, Strawbridge, Shore Drive, and more. Find your closest location and head over to CHICHO'S today. The fourth quarter set to start here. The Trojans up on the Mustangs by a score of 6-0. Mustangs, though, currently in possession. Penalty flag down on the field, and you see it there, just a bit of a false start on the offense. Bit of a quick jump there, but no snap. That'll back the Mustangs up another 5 yards. Now 2nd and 22 to go here. This one gets handed off, and the Trojans look to wrap him up quickly behind the line, but breaking a couple tackles past the 50. Still breaking free. 5 tackles broken, but finally the 6th one able to bring him down there. A big play on offense there for the Mustangs. It was great determination, it looked like, by Caden Dominic. He was able to keep the momentum going. Still with quite a bit of distance to go. It's still 3rd and 12 at least. About a dozen yards before the Mustangs can pick up that first down.
CHICHO'S, I'm sorry, you got one in Virginia Beach, one in downtown Norfolk.
Fourth down coming up after no gain there for the Mustangs.
Today's games are brought to you by the Virginia Beach Mustangs.
As the Mustangs have another attempt here. Fourth down.
6-0 Trojans.
The Trojans up by 6. The snap running out towards the left side. Smiley taking this one, but he's brought down. Fourth and 6.
And that's going to be an automatic first down.
There's flags on the field. I think it would have been a turnover on downs there, but unfortunate break and unfortunate situation there for the Trojans.
That'll put the Mustangs on the 25-yard line and make it a 1st and 10. Mustangs ball.
First and 10 coming up here for the Mustangs and a chance to equalize here in the fourth quarter. Trying to get that game-tying touchdown and then possibly
You can go to YouTube.
after the game.
Streaming all day long for these games. Virginia Beach Sportsplex on YouTube. Don't forget, Play Action TV. Who but me? Robert E.F. The Mob, Sunday Night Live at 9.
The Mustangs get set once again. Smiley, who just picked up that big gain under center. But a timeout is called by the offense. We'll be right back as the Mustangs continue to move down the field. They look for that game-tying touchdown. Now first down here coming up for the Mustangs. 25-yard line, 25 yards to go before this game is tied up. And brought down behind the line of scrimmage. But a 5-yard loss there for the Mustangs. About 2nd and 14 coming up here for the Mustangs. Still trailing the Trojans by 6. Trying to tie the game up here in the fourth quarter. Trojans doing a really nice job slowing down the ball carriers for the Mustangs. This one handed off. And again, brought down just behind the line of scrimmage. That was Dominic on the carry. And third down coming up. Well, not a lot of time left to figure things out. Just a few minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. This might be the last chance that the Mustangs have on offense to tie this game up. Smiley takes it, moving over towards his right, shaking another tackle, but now being brought down right at about the original line of scrimmage. 4th and 11 coming up here. Nice job by Smiley to try and create some separation for himself, but in the end the defense was spread out well enough. They're able to quickly track him down and tackle him. Doesn't matter too much that he was able to get a couple yards, just because there's so much distance for the Mustangs to go. About 4th and 12 here. Trojans need one more big stop on defense. As the whistles come down onto the field before the snap. Looks like it'll still be 4th down here.
Mustang football is presented by CHICO'S. Visit us after the game and innovate.
The Trojans able to take over here in the 4th quarter. Not a lot of time left. Have to be a couple of quick stops for the Mustangs if they want to hope to get the ball back. Trojans up by a score of 6-0. Penalty flags down on the field. Will be offsides or on the defense. They'll move the football 5 yards further down the field. 1st and 5 coming up. And that's the full-time whistle. The Trojans claim victory over the Mustangs here in week 1 of football action for the Virginia Beach Mustangs. The 6U level
6-0 Trojans.
action today is brought to you by CHICHO'S, a great place to go after the game, looking for a bite to eat or something to drink, or even play some games, providing you more than pizza since 1968. So stick around, we have plenty more action coming up later on this morning and then into the afternoon, including today's big game coming up at 3 o'clock, as well as the nationally ranked Virginia Bulls in action. Thanks so much for tuning in to this first contest that we had this morning. We hope to see you again soon. Welcome back here to the start of the game between the Mustangs and the Trojans. Austin Ertz here bringing you the broadcast between these two teams. The Virginia Beach Mustangs football here in week 1 as they take on the Tidewater Trojans. This is the 7U division. In the previous contest, the Trojans came away with a 6-0 victory over the Mustangs. It's quite a beautiful day here out in Virginia Beach. So in the mid to upper 80s, 88 degrees here. Feels a bit warmer than that, almost triple digits, feeling like 97. As we're now underway, high snap, bobbled and carried over towards the left by the quarterback for the Trojans. Carrying this one, quite a big gain here in pursuit. A couple players trying to bring him down, but ultimately looks like he got caught up under his own feet. And a big first down there for the Trojans. Able to quickly move the ball down the field. Pick up a really big first down. All of today's action, of course, is brought to you by CHICHO'S. Serving you more than just pizza since 1968. And if you're looking for a place to go after the game, head over to CHICHO'S. They have a variety of locations for you to choose from. Find out which location works best for you. Head on over there for food, drinks, games, and more. First down coming up here for the Trojans. High snap, bobbled this one. And it's pounced on by the Mustangs. Now it looks like it'll be 2nd and 14 coming up here. Trojans with a second chance now. Ball gets set. And the coach is offering a bit of last-minute positioning advice to their players here at the 7U division. And the penalty flags on the field. It looks like it was a false start. That one going against the Trojans. That'll back them up just a bit more. We've seen that all it takes is one play, though. Or at least that's how we saw it in the 6U game earlier on this morning. It's a big gain, about 50-yard run for the Trojans. They picked up the only touchdown of the game. It just shows how strong the defense has to be for almost the entirety of the game. The sun certainly shining down on all of us here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. There's some spectators, though, out across the field over on the berm with some tents set up, trying to find a little bit of shade that is right over there, just on the edge of a tree line. High snap there, more penalty markers down on the field after quarterback is quickly brought down behind the line of scrimmage. We'll see who this one goes against. Trojans backed up yet again. Third down coming up. Third and 22. Trojans in possession, and they've really just been backed up further and further. Now here's where the Mustangs can continue to apply the pressure and try and capitalize on some good penetration through the line as this one is handed off over on the left side. Nice stiff arm there before three Mustangs are able to bring him down just shy of the original line of scrimmage. Fourth down and 11 coming up here for the Tidewater Trojans. Now a quick substitution for the Mustangs. Donovan Gill headed onto the field, taking Farrell's place. The Trojan coaching staff just offering a bit of advice and a bit of instruction for their team before fourth down comes up. Mustangs with a lone safety right by the first down line is almost acting as a spy for the defense, just to make sure that if there's a run towards the outside, he can quickly look to block that lane off, or at least get in the path and make a big tackle, ending this drive here on fourth down. The quarterback trying to keep this one, slides past a couple of his own players, breaks a few Mustang tackles, and now he's got room to run. 30-yard line, a little bit of a shake right there along the 25, and it looks like a big first down there for the Trojans.
24-yard line. This is the BAUL football game. This is presented by the
Always a great feeling when you can pick up a big first down for your team, as the quarterback did there. I'll bring up first down once more for the Tidewater Trojans. It seemed like the Mustangs had a couple opportunities to bring him down behind the line of scrimmage, but there's so much elusiveness and it's hard to get a grip on some of these jerseys sometimes. You can see the coaching staff and spectators sweating already. No doubt the players are as well. And timeout called, so we're going to take a quick break and be right back with more action coming up at the United Youth Football League between the Virginia Beach Mustangs and the Tidewater Trojans. First and 10 coming up here for the Trojans. Hand it off. You got to move towards the outside. He's got room to run. Trying to bring him down. Inside the 10-yard, inside the 5, over into the end zone. A touchdown for the Trojans. A big touchdown there. Trojans out in front by a score of 6-0 here early on in the first quarter. About a couple minutes to go. The extra point coming up. Waved off by the officials. We're just going to try and sort out some of the broadcast issues that we have going on right now for you. So after that CHICHO'S touchdown being scored by the Tidewater Trojans, they currently have the lead over the Virginia Beach Mustangs, unable to convert that extra point opportunity. So we're still here at a score of 6-0. Now the Mustangs trying to answer back on their opening drive. As everything should be sorted out here. And the Mustang offense, 1st and 10, about the 35-yard line. Handoff, and
that'll be a gain of 4
a good gain of about 4 yards on first down. There's a good sight to see on the opening play of the game. Some positive yardage there. I believe that was Jace Johnson on the carry before he was wrapped up by the Trojans. 2nd and 6 coming up. Coach is offering some blocking assignments to their players. Here at the 7U level. Mustangs in their first season of the Virginia United Youth Football League, after being a member of Pop Warner for about the last 20 years or so. Got a number of games for you coming up today, all brought to you by CHICHO'S. Hand off. Carrying this one forward was Latham, breaking one tackle before being brought down. 3rd and 7 coming up. Nice stop there by the Trojans defense. Able to quickly spot out the handoff and identify the direction of the ball carrier. Make a key stop. What could have been a big play.
Visit us after the game. Any of our 8 locations. CHICHO'S Pizza.
3rd down coming up. This one, quarterback elects to keep it. Over on the right side, Arian Dixon. A good stiff arm, able to pick up the 1st down across the 50, across the 40. He's still in bounds. 30-yard line, 20, the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, a CHICHO'S touchdown for the Mustangs. And a big play there for the Virginia Beach Mustangs. They're able to equalize on their opening drive of the game here in the 2nd quarter. Almost a recreation of the play that we saw for the Trojans. A big breakaway and a long drive for a touchdown. Mustangs able to replicate it and tie things up on the board. Now an opportunity to go ahead. Here with the extra point opportunity. Mustangs looking to go a couple points up on their counterparts. So on the first play of the game, able to get about a handful of yards. We'll see what they do here. Hand it off towards the inside. Across and into the end zone. This one carried by Kingston Latham. 7-6 the Mustangs, after the CHICHO'S touchdown, able to convert on the extra point. Now they're ahead by 1 over the Trojans. CHICHO'S offering you more than pizza since 1968. Big presenting supporter of the Virginia Beach Mustangs football action here. Early on in week 1 to open the season. Mustangs up by a score of 7-6 over the Trojans. About 6 minutes left to go here in the first half. After a big gain for the home side First points that the Mustangs have scored this season.
Trojans are down 6, Mustangs 7.
On the opening drive of the game for the Mustangs, they were able to come up with a big touchdown to answer that of the Trojans. Both teams preferably batting 1,000 here on offense so far. We'll see which defense can come up with a big stop first. So now the Trojans get set on offense. Trojans ready. Handoff over towards the left side, able to find the gap there. Safety coming in. Brantley Morrison trying to catch up to him. And a big tackle there at about the 20-yard line. A big tackle by Morrison, saving a touchdown on the first play of the drive for the Trojans. As they look to quickly answer back the Mustangs and put themselves back in front. Great identification of the opening there by the Trojans offense, picking up their key blocks along the defense, making sure that the linebackers can't shift over and plug up those holes.
Ball's on the 19, the 21-yard line. First and 10 for
First
the
and
Trojans.
10
They're
here.
down 7-6.
About 4 minutes to go here in the first half. Breeze lightly blowing across the field, offering just a bit of reprieve for some of these players. Certainly have the air temperature out here in Virginia Beach. As a timeout is called by the Trojans, it's even warmer down on the field. Now the coaches for the Trojans calling a bit of a meeting. The players off the line. The Mustangs will do a bit of the same here. Now bring some water over for the players. The coaches for both sides are. It's super important to stay hydrated out on the field, especially with the sun beating down on all the players wearing the pads. Just playing as it is can be a pretty taxing on your hydration. When you have this high temperature, certainly adds that much more. Pursuit able to dodge a tackle, run over towards the right inside the 5-yard line. Another CHICHO'S touchdown, this time for the Trojans, as they round out their score to a nice even dozen. Seven to 12 year score here, and a chance to add to that lead, make it a 6-point advantage. The Trojans trying to get that extra point. Make sure that the Mustangs can't reclaim the victory with just a touchdown. 90 seconds to go here in the first half of action. Trojans currently on top. Our score of 12-7, trying to make it 13. There's a quick huddle behind the line of scrimmage. The Tidewater Trojans. The first touchdown, the Mustangs were able to hold off the Trojans on the initial extra point attempt. Let's see if they're able to get the deed done here once more. Snap, quick handoff behind the line of scrimmage. Breaks a couple tackles, carrying this one. And brought down, but inside the end zone. Another point up on the board for the Trojans. As number 0 in white. Making quite a few tackles there. Really nice job by him with that determination not to be brought down. That's the end of the first half here. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with the second half of action coming up, presented to you by CHICHO'S here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Mustangs 7, Trojans 13.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing 2 favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com. When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing two favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Coming back out of the break, Tidewater Trojans currently lead the Virginia Beach Mustangs by a score of 13-7. Both teams able to convert on every single one of their drives and score a touchdown there, but difference makers on the first touchdown scored by the Trojans. The Mustang defense was able to hold them off on that extra point attempt. The Mustangs will start off the second half with the ball in their hands and look to score another CHICHO'S touchdown here to go ahead by 1 over the Trojans. Second half of action here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex underway in just a few moments. Mustangs wearing the gray jerseys, white helmets, and the burgundy pants. Trojans in the white jerseys, gray pants, and dark helmets. And quite a warm day here in Virginia Beach.
Please don't forget and remind anybody that's not able to be at the game, these games are streaming all day at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex YouTube page. Again, the Virginia Beach Sportsplex YouTube page.
The offense just getting a bit of assistance from the coaches in lining up. Their only touchdown so far. Scored on a 60-yard run. It was Arian Dixon. So it certainly covered quite a bit of distance, able to break a few key tackles. And a quick snap, the ball is dropped. So that's where they'll mark it down on the field. So 2nd and 11 coming up here. We have still quite a few more games coming up for you, including the next contest is when the Virginia Beach Mustangs will take on the Virginia Bulls, one of the top teams in the country in the 9U division. Also 12U and 13U coming up, with the day's final game coming up at 3 o'clock. Quarterback keeping this one. Able to gain a handful of yards there. 3rd and 6 coming up. And a good run there for the Mustangs. They'll need to do that one more time, though, if they need to come up with the first down and keep this drive alive. In the first half, it was Also on third down, they came up with their big 60-yard breakthrough play to, at the time, go up by 1 over the Trojans with a CHICHO'S touchdown. We'll see what the Mustangs can cook up here. So one handed off. Quarterback able to keep this one. Now moving quickly, Jace Johnson able to get the first down. And a big play there for the Mustangs. Specifically Johnson carrying this one over towards his left, evading a few tackles and picking up the important 6 yards that he needed. Able to get 7, but 6 is what he was after. And it's a brand new set of downs here for the Mustangs. Mustangs offense able to use a ground and pound style of play. We've seen a couple times where offenses will look to move towards the outside and get a big run over on the edge of the field. Also, the Mustangs able to send it right up through the middle. That look to go towards the outside. Taken by Dixon once more. Finding room to run, able to evade another tackle, the 30, the 25, at the 20, at the 10, and another CHICHO'S touchdown for the Mustangs.
That is a CHICHO'S Mustangs touchdown.
And a big play there
13-13.
for the Mustangs as they're able to convert immediately after picking up a big first down. Tie things up 13 points apiece.
As you can see, this game will
Now an opportunity to go ahead by 1 here for the Mustangs. If they can convert on this extra point attempt from a couple yards away, they'll just need to pick up 2 in order to pull back in front of the Trojans. About 6 minutes to go here in the third quarter, so still plenty of time left, and Trojans probably able to get the ball back at least a couple more times. But it looks like this game will come down to which defense can come up with a big stop first and halt the offense of the other side. So we'll see what the Mustangs can do here on offense. Last couple of plays, they've done runs towards the outside. We'll see if they will try and attempt through the middle, and they're able to do that. Will they get across the line? And they did. Mustangs up back in front by 1. So after a big CHICHO'S touchdown, the Mustangs back in front, thanks to the big carry by Dixon, as he now has 2 touchdowns on the day. The Trojans will take back over. They'll try to reclaim the lead. CHICHO'S is a big supporter of Virginia Beach Mustangs football here. In week 1, Mustangs up by a score of 14-13 over the Trojans. A couple of touchdowns scored by both sides. The Tidewater Trojans only able to convert on one of their 2
First and 10 ball on the
point
39
after
line.
attempts.
Trojans with the ball.
Looking at the wrong one. That one.
As the offense heads back out onto the field.
They say it's 14.
The Mustangs will have to come up with a big stop here and try and end this drive as soon as they can.
That'll be a loss of 4 yards.
As the snap is low and on the ground. And we'll see second down coming up.
And make it a 3rd and 14.
About 2nd and 13 to go here for the Trojans. There's a bit of luck shine down on the Mustang players, intermixed with all that sunshine here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex.
They're saying it's 14-13 Mustangs. It is 14-13 Mustangs. But it's not on the scoreboard.
Coach is lining up their players as the offense gets set to go. Last second adjustments for the defensive line. Snap, handoff, looking towards the outside.
To the left, but he looks to be running back.
Able to escape a
But
couple
he said,
tackles.
"I'm finding the edge."
Now a big
And he
tandem
will
effort
get back
there.
to the original
Michael
line of scrimmage.
Ramsey putting in a bit of help. We'll get credit for a tackle on that last play. That'll bring up 3rd down, 3rd and 11. After 2 big stops for the Mustangs, or rather by the Mustangs. Trojans need a big play here. It was 3rd down when
3rd and 12. Mustangs winning this ball game 14-13.
it was 3rd down when the
About at the end of the 3rd.
Mustangs were able to get their first touchdown on the board, and that was a big 60-yard run. How can the Trojans respond here? About 75 seconds left to go here in the 3rd quarter. After that, another 10 minutes in the 4th. For the next game coming up, the Virginia Bulls will take on the Virginia Beach Mustangs. So after the conclusion of this game, be sure to stick around for some more Saturday early afternoon football action. And a timeout by the Trojans. At the end of the 3rd quarter, we've got 10 more minutes on the clock. The Mustangs trying to hold out here. Big 3rd down coming up for them on
That'll be
defense.
the end of the quarter. Mustangs up 14.
They're trying to hold off the Tidewater Trojans. Trojans got the ball first, immediately went down towards the opposite end of the field, scoring a CHICHO'S touchdown, which is then quickly answered back by the Mustangs, and that's pretty much how the whole game has gone out so far. 3 quarters in. Both teams exchanging possessions and exchanging touchdowns as well. Trojans trying to get the go-ahead points here, though, as the 4th quarter is set to start in just a few moments. this game and every game here at the Sportsplex for Virginia Beach Mustangs football, brought to you by CHICHO'S, serving you so much more than pizza since 1968. They've got food, drinks, games, and so much more on one of their locations closest to you, and be sure to head there after today's game. The Trojans get set on offense. 3rd and 11, this snap over the head of the quarterback, down on the ground. That'll bring up 4th down here. Mustangs just one stop away from getting the ball back for themselves. That'd be a big win for them, as they have the lead, and then they would have the ball on top of that, a chance to add to their advantage. Currently up by 1. But if you'll ask any coach of any team, they'd much prefer a larger lead rather than a smaller one. It's about 4th and 15. We've seen the Trojans pick up more yards than that, though, on just one run. Mustangs defense has to be very strong here. Make sure that they don't give up a large chunk play.
Grandma suggested cookies, and Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookie blizzard. Two beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing two favorites. With the Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookie blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Good afternoon and welcome to today's contest. We've got another one in store for you. The Virginia Beach Mustangs will take on the Virginia Bulls. The Bulls wearing the green jerseys, green pants, and gold helmets in today's contest. And the Mustangs wearing the gray jerseys, red pants, and white helmets. Virginia Bulls, one of the top teams in the country. And the Mustangs certainly will have their hands full when they head out here to start the game. All the action today presented by CHICHO'S, serving you more than just pizza since 1968. If you're looking for a place to go after the game, head over to CHICHO'S. Got a number of close locations here in Virginia Beach and the surrounding area. We've got food, drinks, games, and so much more. It's a great place to head over to once you finish with today's games. And before that, we've got the Bulls and the Mustangs, and they'll be facing off here in just a few moments. There's the Bulls out on the field, and the Mustangs slowly making their way there as well. Certainly we're in for an exciting game. Bulls, one of the top teams in the country.
Visit us after the game in our 8 locations. CHICHO'S, some of the best pizza around town.
The opening kickoff just seconds away. As the Bulls will kick off, and it'll be the Mustangs to receive to start the first quarter.
Bulls set to kick off. Mustangs set to receive. Ball kick to
The
the
short
first line.
kick
He
quickly
grabs it.
brought
Ball
down at the 50.
Ball placed
That's where
at
the
50-yard
Mustangs will
line.
start.
First and 10.
First and 10 for the Mustangs after James Jr. able to hold on to that ball, make sure it didn't fly away. And the offense heads out onto the field. The Mustangs will be on offense first. We'll be moving from left to right across your screen. The Bulls defending the right side, wearing the green jerseys. Mustangs in the gray. As both teams get ready to go here at the 9U division. Earlier in the day, we saw the 6U and 7U Mustangs split one victory and one loss. We'll see what they can do here today against the Bulls in the shotgun formation. Smiley the third hands this one off up through the middle, and it looks like the ball came loose. A couple of the Mustangs haphazardly signaling that they have it, and now the officials signal that they do indeed. They did recover the fumble.
Make it a second and 5.
A nice gain there, 6 yards, so that'll bring up 2nd and 4. Sometimes a bit of a scary situation when that ball comes free, but able to regain it quickly and continue this drive. 2nd and 4 coming up. And penalty markers down on the field. Looks like it'll be a false start on the offense, so 2nd and 9 is likely what it will be.
Ball start by the Mustangs. That'll make it a 2nd and 10.
The offense looks to put in some work here. Try and move down the field, get up a fresh set of downs. Maybe even a CHICHO'S touchdown if they're able. It would be a great way to start the game, especially against such a strong opponent in the Virginia Bulls. Man in motion, Smiley the third. Hand off right through the middle, and he's got room to run at the 15, the 10, the 5, and into the end zone. Rodney Chance getting the first points on the board here. And the CHICHO'S touchdown. Mustangs over the Bulls, up by 6-0. What a big play there for the Mustangs. They're causing a bit of misdirection in the backfield. Had the Bulls completely sent on that last play. Now they'll look to get the extra point here. A couple smooth handoffs right through the middle, and that last play was all it took for the CHICHO'S touchdown. Mustangs up by a score of 6-0. Trying to add another one on the board. They get the handoff, but the Bulls come up with the big stop.
6-0 Mustangs over the Bulls.
So a big opening drive for the Mustangs, and we're going to take a quick break and be right back with the rest of this first quarter, presented to you by CHICHO'S. With dine-in, takeout, and delivery all available at CHICHO'S. They're the perfect place to head to get some food after today's game. The Mustangs currently up by a score of 6-0 over the Bulls. The Bulls defense able to hold them off on that extra point attempt. Still scoring the CHICHO'S touchdown on the opening drive. A great start to the game for the Virginia Beach Mustangs. Have a good set here to kick things off. About 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. We could see our first look at the Bulls offense. So it looks like that's Blair who gets set to kick. Adjusting the tee, places the ball down, and he'll take a couple steps back. Excuse me, that's Wiley. As Wiley gets set to go, this one low and on the ground, brought by the Bulls. Able to bring it up towards the 49-yard line. They'll say the ball was free. But the officials will say that the player was down for the Bulls before the ball came loose. So the Virginia Bulls will hang on to possession here and bring their offense out onto the field. That's a couple of fumbles that we've seen in the first couple plays of the game. But both sides able to recover their own fumbles. Now the Bulls get set on offense. We'll see what they can do here to try to even up the score. 1st and 10 coming up. Bulls hand this one off through the middle before being brought down. 2nd and 6 coming up. Good play right up through the middle. Able to gain a small chunk of yards. If you're able to continuously gain the small bits of yardage, that keeps you moving down the field, keeps the down marker refreshing towards 1 every couple of plays. And sooner rather than later, you'll end up in the end zone. That's what the Bulls hope to accomplish here. There's another snap under center. This one handed off towards the outside. On the right side, quickly moving, James Jr. can't hit the tackle. And inside the 5, into the end zone. The Bulls with a CHICHO'S touchdown of their own, able to tie this game up quickly on just their second play on offense. That's a big win there for the Bulls, not wasting any time. If you thought the Mustangs came out to a quick start, how about that from the Virginia Bulls? Certainly showing why they're one of the top teams in the country. And now looking for the extra point here. We'll see if the Bulls can claim the lead for themselves with 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. It's like they heard me talking about those small chunk plays and decided to go for the big one and came up floating out towards the right side and right through the receiver's hands. Now unguarded by James Jr. So we're still tied at 6 after the CHICHO'S touchdown scored by the Virginia Bulls. So it looks like we'll have a high-scoring game here. Both teams able to get up on the board early. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with the kickoff to continue the game. Just about a minute left to go here in the first quarter.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookies and world-famous DQ Soft Serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing 2 favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Score tied at 6. The Bulls will be kicking off to the Mustangs. I saw them quickly able to get on the board, the Bulls did, answering back the CHICHO'S touchdown that the Mustangs had to open the game. The Mustangs look to continue that offense. Here it gets set to get the ball back.
That'll be the quarter. Start of the second quarter, tie ball game, 6-6. The clock is on the field, people. Reminder, the referees have the clock.
Looks like we'll get the start of the second quarter here. We'll push off the kickoff for just a few moments. Players head over to their sidelines to get some more water before heading out onto the hot field. It's about 93 degrees and feels like it's in triple digits, and even warmer than that down on the field, I'm sure. So staying hydrated, extra important for all these players and the officials as well. Especially the players, they're wearing all that extra equipment. Not to mention playing a game of football against each other. So all the action today brought to you by CHICHO'S. We've got food, drinks, games, and so much more than that, including great pizza. Starting in 1968, CHICHO'S has been the place to go after a big game like this. And we've got another big game coming up, 3 o'clock or so. In addition to the contest immediately following this one. Virginia Bulls tied things up 6 points apiece. It's now the Virginia Beach Mustangs set to receive the kickoff to start the second quarter after the Bulls' latest touchdown.
Bulls set to kick off.
Both players, or excuse me, both teams out on the field. Looks like they're ready to go. All they need is the football, and the official handing that over with the tee as well to the kicker for the Bulls as he gets set. The coach is backing off the field now, as well as the officials. They get set for the kickoff here. Another kick up lands at about the 40-yard line. The Mustangs quickly jump onto it. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 41 here for the Mustangs on offense. Mustangs scored on their opening drive of the game. Were unable to score on the extra point. We'll see what they can do here on offense, heading the other direction than they were in the first quarter. The play gets called out. The team spreads out across the line of scrimmage. Smiley hands it off. Run up through the middle before James Jr. is brought down. Gain of about 3 or so. So 2nd and 7 here for the Mustangs. Nice short play there for the Mustangs. If they're able to keep that up, they'll be in good position as they start their march down the field, trying to reclaim the lead over the Bulls. Almost saw a bit of a trick play from the Mustangs, and that's how they were able to score the initial touchdown. This one handed off, moving over towards the left side. Kearney is wrapped up and brought down right at about the line of scrimmage. He did well, though, to get back to the initial line. Make sure he wasn't tackled for a loss. That was Christian Kearney. A 3rd down coming up. About 7 to go. Huddle breaks, and the Mustangs with a big down here, 3rd and 7. They try to shuffle it right up through the middle. They're able to get about 3 yards or so. It's now 4th and 4 coming up. The Mustangs tried to catch the Bulls off guard on that last play. The entire offensive line moved up as a unit. Typically you see the one sort of drop back and create a bit of a pocket for the quarterback, and or a hold between the defensive line for the running back to slide through. Time you saw them move as a unit all together. This one snapped in the back, keeping it himself. Smiley.
Still on his feet. Will it be enough for a first
He's
down?
brought down, and it looks like it's behind the 1st down line. That'll be a turnover on downs. The Bulls take back over after a series of successful stops. Possession changes hands. And the Bulls offense will head back out onto the field. They've got 48 yards to go before they hit the end zone line and a chance to pull back into the lead. Game today presented to you by CHICHO'S. Got food, drinks, and pizza, and games, and so much more. Got a number of locations here in the Hampton Roads area. Be sure to check them out after today's game. Or if you want, while you watch the game, you can give them a call and order some delivery. CHICHO'S since 1968, giving you so much more than pizza. 1st and 10 for the Bulls. Handoff up through the middle. The big stop there. Looked like it was Smiley the 3rd on defense this time. Gain of about 2 yards.
Timeout.
Timeout called by the Mustangs. We're going to take a quick break here and be right back with the second quarter of action. About 7 minutes to go.
Don't forget,
Your score still tied 6-6.
YouTube, streaming all day.
Out of the timeout, second down coming up, second and about 7 to go here for the Bulls. It's their take back over on offense. Wearing the bright green uniforms. Mustangs wearing the gray and burgundy. This one handed off again towards the outside, quickly moving, but brought down at about the 45-yard line. A good stop and really nicely well done, able to hang on to the running back. That tackle made by Rose. At the 45, brings up third down and 5 yards to go. Here for the Bulls if they want to keep this possession alive. And the official coming over towards the Mustangs sideline and offering some words to them. Not quite sure what it's about. He's very animated in his speech and hand signals, and Mustangs coaching staff not necessarily the most thrilled with that. Now it's about 3rd and 5 here for the Virginia Bulls. Now the coaches talking over the heads of the referees towards each other. And for some reason still having a couple problems here instead of just letting the kids play. Third down coming up, and it looks like we're set to resume the action here. And a false start there. Good hard count by the Bulls offense. Looks like that'll be 4th and 1 or 4th and inches. And so it's not quite a first down for the Bulls. 3rd and inches coming up. You have to think they'll be able to get a fresh set of downs rather easily right here. Don't even need a full yard. The Mustangs defense having to come up big. Able to get 1 yard on the play before being wrapped up. Josiah Hyman's with the tackle, but first down for the Bulls. And that situation on defense difficult there. The Bulls had a couple of plays if they needed to try and get those few inches that they needed. Now a fresh set of downs, 10 yards to go. The Mustangs can settle in defensively and try and put a stop to this Bulls offense. Hands it off, looking towards the right side now on offense. Stiff arm, able to create some space, first down. And this new set of downs, 1st and 10 after a 12-yard gain. Timothy James Jr. on the tackle. But a big play there for the Bulls as they extend this drive. A big part of that had to do with the offsides penalty, that the hard count by the Bulls caused the Mustangs to commit. Score still tied 6-6, but now at the 25-yard line, the Bulls slowly moving closer and closer to the end zone. A couple minutes to go here in the first half. And to the benefit of the Bulls, they'll also be receiving the kickoff to start the second half. So if they can put together and get some points here on the board to close out the half. And a big tackle there by Smiley III. Read that play perfectly, able to shed his blocker, make his way into the backfield. Brings the running back down for a loss of about 4 yards, 2nd and 14 coming up. A chance to go 2 scores up if the Bulls can convert here, and then also on their drive to start the second half. Mustangs defense trying to hold them. Did a great job on that last play. We'll see what they do here. Quarterback keeps this one, airing over towards his left before brought down from behind. Didn't quite make it towards the initial line of scrimmage, so still 3rd and 11 here. Big tackle by by Caleb Kyle, who was in pursuit there. On the defensive line, able to create some penetration through. Quarterback thought he could escape away over towards the far sideline. But Hyman's great determination, able to keep up with him, trip him up, and bring him down. About a minute to go here in the first half. 3rd and 11 coming up. On the last 3rd down, we saw a hard count from the Bulls that was able to catch the Mustangs offsides. They'll hand it off again here. Moving over towards the right side. To escape a couple tackles, a couple Mustang players get tripped up under each other's feet. And that's a CHICHO'S touchdown for the Bulls, but penalty flags down on the field. And that'll be holding called on the offense, so that'll bring it back and negate that touchdown, take those points off the board. 3rd and 11 moving to about a 3rd and 16. Almost 3rd and 25 now, as a timeout is called by the Mustangs. About 30 seconds to go here in the first half. Mustangs will just talk things over as they get set for one of the final plays of the first half here. Score still tied 6 points apiece. Mustangs able to score on the opening drive of the game. The Bulls answered back as well. All it took them was just 2 plays before they were able to score a touchdown. There's that holding call that brought back this most recent attempt for the Virginia Bulls. Looks like they had the go-ahead score heading into halftime, but a holding call will bring it back. And quite a bit of distance to cover here. They need to get to the 15, and they're right about at the 39, 38-yard line. About 24 yards to go here on third down for the Bulls as the Mustangs make their way back out onto the field. Defense gets set and the offense now with a couple of receivers on each side, so 4 receivers wide.
Third and forever. Holding on the play.
Man in motion and more flags down on the field. False start on the offense. We'll back them up even more. And it's almost a 30-yard conversion necessary to convert here on third down. Seen a couple passing plays so far from the Bulls. None from the Mustangs yet. Looks like we might have another one here. Again, 4 receivers wide, perhaps. Player in motion, low snap, flag on the field. Sent down the line, intercepted by the Mustangs. Jamari McNair coming up with a big interception. We'll see what this penalty flag is all about. A big play for the Bulls was called back, and we'll see if this big interception gets called back. False start on the offense. Looks like that penalty is declined. So first down for the Mustangs. We're moments away from heading in towards halftime. Virginia Beach Mustangs and the Virginia Bulls tied at 6. That's one of the dangers of going to the air. Seems like the Mustangs thought that that was the end of the first half, and they were already off the field. They'll have to quickly make their way back out at the 40-yard line.
First and 10, ball on the 40-yard line. Mustangs with the ball.
Officials having a conference just above the Mustangs huddle, and they seem to have gotten things all sorted out. First and 10 coming up at the 40 for the Virginia Beach Mustangs. Handed off towards the right side. Carried by Kearney. Evades a couple tackles before being brought down right behind the line of scrimmage. So about 2nd and 10, maybe 2nd and 11, depending on where they spot the ball. Looks like it will be 2nd and 10. That tackle is made on the far side of the field.
That'll be the half. We have
And that's the end of the first half, so that's where we stand here. Mustangs 6, the Bulls 6. This game presented to you by CHICHO'S. Since 1968, they've been bringing you so much more than pizza. So find one of the 8 regional locations closest to you, or even call for some delivery so you can keep watching the game while you get some great food to eat. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with the second half coming up.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. Two beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing two favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
And the second half kickoff about to get underway as the players still over on the sidelines will have a couple more minutes to make their way out towards the field before the game restarts. We're tied after 20 minutes of play in the first half. Mustangs when the Bulls tied at 6 points each. Mustangs were able to receive the opening kickoff and quickly score down at the opposite end of the field. A CHICHO'S touchdown. And the Bulls able to answer back in just 2 plays. That was all that it took for them to tie things up at 6. They went for the extra point and tried to send a bit of airmail to catch the Mustangs defense off guard. That pass fell incomplete, and the passing game hasn't necessarily gone the greatest for the Bulls on offense, at least. As they turned the ball over when it was 3rd down, and they had about 30 yards to go to convert on 3rd down and make it a 1st down. That pass is intercepted by the Mustangs defense. And with a couple plays that the Mustangs had, there just wasn't really enough time left to get some more points up on the board. It will be the Mustangs kicking things off. To start the second half, the Bulls will start on offense as we get this 9U game going, or rather continuing. Virginia Beach Mustangs football week number 1. The game is presented to you by CHICHO'S, serving you food, drinks, games, and so much more. Since 1968, a number of locations. Be sure to find out which one is the closest to you and head there after today's games, or if you want to continue to watch the games at home, see if you can get some delivery from CHICHO'S so you don't have to miss a second of the action. Well, it looks like there's a bit of shade across the field right now, thanks to some of the cloud coverage. It's still certainly very warm down on the field. About 91 degrees, feels about 102. I assume much warmer than that down on the turf. Now the Bulls receiving unit making their way just about halfway at the center line. Now on the right side of the field. Bulls wearing their green uniforms and gold helmets. Mustangs wearing the gray jerseys, burgundy pants, and white helmets. The first season for the Virginia Beach Mustangs in the Virginia United Youth Football League. So now opening their season off against the Virginia Bulls, one of the top teams in the country. As the Mustangs looking to get the second half kicked off here in just a few moments. As the ball gets handed to, looks like that's Wiley. He gets set for the kickoff. And the left-footed boot sends this one low and on the ground, picked up by the Bulls. Moving laterally across to the opposite side of the field. Has a bit of room and has blockers in front of him. Brought down at the 34-yard line on the opposite side of the field. A big return there for the Bulls. That'll set up their offense rather nicely as they look to claim a lead here to start the third quarter. Well, a great field position to get them set up. 1st and 10 coming up. 34-yard line. A great return, utilizing all the blockers there out on the field, the Bulls. For the Bulls. The first drive of the game, the Bulls only needed 2 plays to get all the way down into the end zone for a CHICHO'S touchdown. We'll see how they fare here to start things off in the second half. Towards the end of the second quarter, the Mustangs defense certainly had the answer for everything that the Bulls were bringing on offense. We'll see if the halftime conversations changed any of that. So now 4 receivers out on offense for the Bulls. Player in motion, this one gets handed off. Missing a tackle. Nice gain there, 8-yard gain for the Bulls. 2nd and 2 coming up. After a great start to the drive, Bulls looking to keep that momentum rolling. After the quick handoff. A very similar setup here on the next play. Same player in motion, this time handed off to a different one, and he's wrapped up well behind the line of scrimmage. At the 32-yard line is where he was brought down. 3rd down coming up. Need to get to about the 25. So 8 yards to go here on 3rd down. A timeout out on the field, and some of the coaches heading over as well as the medical staff.
These games are being sponsored by
To attend to the player.
Pizza.
Looks like it's Smiley who's there taking a knee, getting some attention from the trainer. It's the CHKD Sports Medicine team who provides great support for all the events here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex and Regional Training Center. Good news, Smiley's able to make his way off the field under his own power. Seems to have movement in his arms as well. Once again, a big thanks to the medical team and the CHKD Sports Medicine squad. Smiley getting some attention over on the sideline. As the Bulls get set for 3rd down. 3rd and about 8 to go.
Timeout Mustangs.
And a timeout this time called by the Bulls. Now the team heading over towards the sideline. We're going to have a quick break in the action. Be right back with the rest of this matchup between the Mustangs and the Bulls here in Virginia Beach Sportsplex, brought to you by CHICHO'S. 3rd and 8. The Bulls moving over towards the left side with some room to run, carrying this one. Dodges the tackle from McNair, and another CHICHO'S touchdown for the Virginia Bulls. Big run there by number 20 in green. Able to create some separation, picked up great blocks from his teammates. Able to find his way into the end zone. Needed 8 yards, but he said, doesn't matter too much. I'll take about 35 or so. Find his way into the end zone. Bulls up by a score of 12-6 now over the Mustangs. They'll look to add on with an extra point. Went to the air on the first attempt. They came up empty. We'll see what they do here. They've had quite a bit of success on the ground game. Only needing a couple yards, I think it'd be a smart play. Try and run this one up through the middle. Hope use the offensive line as a bit of a wedge to drive your way through the defense. There's a trio of blockers behind the line over on the left side. They make their way over towards the right and wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. Conversion is denied by the Mustangs. Looks like that was Blair who came in with the big stop and a big tackle, keeping this game at a score of 12-6 with the Mustangs set to receive the kick.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing 2 favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
The Bulls able to claim the lead now here over the Virginia Beach Mustangs after that last CHICHO'S touchdown and the big 35-yard gain for the Bulls on the ground. Number 20 carrying that one across into the end zone. Kickoff coming up. Mustangs trying to answer back with their first possession of the second half here. About 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. This kick is up and quickly brought down. Rose carrying this one over towards his right, but more lateral movement instead of making progress down the field. It was Christian Kearney who was wrapped up, brought down about the 36-yard line, so that's where the Mustangs will take over. 1st and 10 at the 36. Quite a bit of real estate to cover if they hope to tie this game up. But the good news for them is that the Bulls have been unsuccessful on either of their 2-point-after attempts. So if the Mustangs are able to score a touchdown and then convert just one, they'll have a 1-point advantage over their counterparts. They certainly have a bit of room to cover before they get and start thinking about the point after their touchdown. Two receivers over on the right side of the field for the Mustangs. Handoff up through the middle. Wrapped up, and it looks like the ball came loose. The Bulls signaling that they had it, and now the official referee saying it's a Bulls ball. A big turnover there by the Mustangs. The Bulls able to capitalize on it, bounce on the ball. Seen a couple earlier in the game, but both fumbles were recovered by their own team. Now a change of hands for possession, and the important thing now here for the Mustangs is that they have to stay in a positive attitude, not let themselves take themselves out of the game mentally. Certainly still a lot of football left to be played here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. A minute left in the third. In the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 coming up, 36-yard line. Mustangs defense trying to stay wide and make sure that they're able to cover the run. If it sweeps towards either side of the field, and that one up through the middle. Brought down after just a couple yards. Sean Tucker with the takedown. 2nd and 8 coming up. And a timeout called by the Virginia Bulls. There's going to be a quick break in the action. We're going to take one as well. If you're looking to get some food or drinks after the game, be sure to head over to CHICHO'S. They've got food, drinks, games, so much more. They've got some great pizza as well. Find one of the 8 regional locations close to you. Be sure to make a pit stop there after the conclusion of today's contest. So with dine in, takeout, and delivery all available for you. CHICHO'S the place to go. They have pizza and so much more than that as well. Certainly something for anyone who goes. Low snap, picked up off the grass and tripped up behind the line of scrimmage. Looked like Smiley was the closest player there. Good to see him back in the game after he was sitting out for a bit. After picking up a minor injury. He seems to be all right, though. Defense set again, and you can see that coverage shifting more towards the middle of the field, and on the right side they have a lone player out there. If the Bulls try and run back across towards the center of the field, instead they'll go towards the near sideline. Moving quickly, able to evade 3 tackles inside the 5, and another touchdown for the Bulls. Bumping their score up to 18, making this a 2-possession game. Mustangs down 6-18. The Bulls scoring another CHICHO'S touchdown. We've seen that it's pretty difficult for the Mustangs defense to make those open field tackles. Once the running back has built up quite a bit of speed, it's difficult with all the sweat and on both players, especially the defense and the offense, to make sure that you're getting significant contact with the running back, able to bring him down, flag it down on the field. This is offsides on the defense. That'll bump up the ball about a yard or so. The Bulls get set to attempt and convert on the point after this touchdown. Run over towards the right side, diving across the end line. And that's an extra point good for the Bulls. Now they jump out to a commanding 13-point lead after this most recent CHICHO'S touchdown.
19-6, Bull.
So the turnover proving to be costly there for the Mustangs as they allow 7 more points up on the board for the Virginia Bulls. They'll have to be very efficient with the ball when they get it back after this kickoff.
Please go follow Robert E.F. on Play Action TV on Facebook. Live Sunday nights with Robert E.F. and his friends. Tito.
Kickoff from the 40-yard line for the Bulls. After jumping out to a large lead. They'll look to hold the Mustangs offense and try and keep them at 6 points for the remainder of the game. That 6 points only scored on the opening drive of the game for the Mustangs. The Bulls get set for the kickoff here. It's kicked down through the middle of the field on the ground. Kearney has to pick it up in stride at the 25. Moving his way up, he's brought down after a return of just 4 yards right at the 30-yard line.
30-yard line.
1st and 10 coming up for the Mustangs. The offense looks to take over. The Bulls set up shop on defense, trying to lock the Mustangs in their own half of the field, not let them cross that 50-yard line.
The Mustangs.
All the games today being brought to you by CHICHO'S, offering you so much more than pizza since 1968. Great place to head after the game, or possibly even call in some delivery so you don't have to miss a second of the action. Quarterback keeps this one, moving up through the center of the pile, trying to break free. This Smiley. 4 players behind him. Finally, he's brought down just shy of the 50-yard line. A big 20-yard gain for the quarterback and the Mustangs there. We saw Smiley's younger brother in the first game of the day in the 6U division, and now we're seeing Reginald Smiley III here in the 9U. Certainly an important asset to his team. Both of them play quarterback on offense. No skills running the family, and speaking of running, he's out to the races once more. A gain of 6 on this last play. 2nd and 4 coming up. Mustangs offense working much better this time around. It certainly helps when you don't give up a fumble and turn the ball over. This is similar to the Mustangs that we saw for the opening drive of the game. About 1 minute to go here. In the 3rd quarter. Smiley dropping back to pass. That one just a couple yards out of the receiver's reach. Kearney couldn't get there in time to make the catch. That'll bring up 3rd down here. 4 yards to go. Bulls trying to hang on. Mustangs get set. quick snap right up through the middle with room to run. Rodney Chance off to the races, brought down inside the 10 at the 7-yard line, getting so close to the end zone there. But that's a big pickup and a big first down for the Mustangs. Bit of a trick snap there for the Mustangs, certainly catching the Bulls off guard. That's a great sell by Smiley. That's the essential part of a trick play. The rest of the offense selling it. Offsides on the defense. That'll certainly help the Mustangs out. As the ball gets marched down 5 more yards. Out about the 4-yard line. Mustangs possibly the last chance of the quarter here. Smiley hands it off. Up through the middle. But a good tackle by the Bulls. And it's only a gain of 1 on the play for the Mustangs, but good forward progress there by Timothy James Jr. before he was brought down. 2nd and goal from about the 4-yard line. And we'll switch sides of the field after 2 teams take a break here at the end of the 3rd quarter. We've got a final 4th quarter coming up for you. Virginia Bulls lead the Mustangs currently 19-6. The Mustangs not going down without a fight. We'll be right back in just a few moments. So now 2nd and goal here for the Mustangs, about the 4-yard line. This game being brought to you by CHICHO'S, so much more than pizza since 1968. Visit them after your game today. Food, drinks, games, and so much more. Got 8 locations in the Hampton Roads area to choose from. Find out which one works best for you. And another flag down on the field, offsides on the defense yet again. So still 2nd down, but this time be about 1.5 yards to go. Ten minutes to go on the clock, 4th quarter. About to get underway. Hand off through the middle, and Caleb Kyle scores the touchdown. Caleb Kyle scoring the CHICHO'S touchdown. Mustangs 1 score closer to the Bulls. Currently 12-19 their score. Bulls still out in front. Trying to get another point up on the board here with the extra point.
Mustangs for the extra point.
Mustangs would need to score an extra point on either this touchdown or the next one if they're able to do so. And again, Caleb Kyle
Goes in for the extra point.
able to convert again, 13-19 to score here. Mustangs
We have a ball game here.
not going down without a fight, making this game a much closer one than it was before. Coming down that 13-point lead to just 6 now. We'll see how their defense is able to hold up against a very strong Bulls offense, able to score on almost every single drive that they've had. There was one drive, though, where the Mustangs was able to come up with a big interception, forcing a turnover at the closing moments of the first half. The Mustangs will look to keep up the strong work here after a big CHICHO'S touchdown by Caleb Kyle. All the action today brought to you by CHICHO'S. Offering more than pizza since 1968, it's the place to go after a big game like this one. Got food and drinks, as well as games. Not to mention a great atmosphere. So head over there after today's contest, or maybe even order some delivery. You can pick it up, take it to go, bring it back home. We've got another game coming up today. After this one, as JaVale Wiley kicks this one on the ground.
It's still rolling.
This one rolls out of bounds, and the flag comes down. The Bulls, looks like they'll start on offense at the 40-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the visitors. We'll see how the Mustang defense fares against this very strong Virginia Bulls offense. And able to put quite a few points on the board. Trying to make some quick adjustments to their formation, the Mustangs are. The Bulls get set to move on offense.
First and 10, ball on the 40-yard line. Bulls come out in the wishbone.
Handoff towards the right side of the field. Able to beat Jackson. Room to run and a big tackle, forcing the Bulls running back out of bounds. Great stop by James Jr. Able to prevent the touchdown. Further down the field, Bulls, though, pick up a first down. First and 10 coming up for the Bulls. Big tackle by James Jr. Able to halt that last play. There's still about 6 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Mustangs trying to come away with a big stop here on defense. Get the ball back. A timeout first, though.
Timeout Mustang.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. Two beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing two favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Both teams ready to go here. Fourth quarter. Just a few minutes left in the game. Mustangs currently trail the Bulls by 6 as this pass aired out towards the left side of the field. Quickly brought down behind the line of scrimmage.
Pass complete.
Nice tackle stopping that play in its track by Kristen Kearney.
Second and about 9.
2nd and 11 coming up here for the Bulls. Have the lead, want to eat up as much time off the clock as they can. If they're not able to score another touchdown. Four men in the backfield for the Bulls. Hands it off. Over towards the right side. Number 20 again, brought down from behind.
That's going to make it about
James Jr. with the tackle there. Looks like there's another
We got Children's Hospital Sports Medicine.
Mustangs player down on the field, so the CHKD sports medicine team quickly making their way out to attend to the player. And coaches as well. As there's a couple players down. So we're going to take a quick break here. And the CHKD sports medicine team, we say big thanks to them for helping out at every single event here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. So slowly making his way off the field, Jamari McNair, the player who is down after the last play. CHKD sports medicine team helping him over to the sideline. He'll be walking off under his own powers. That's always a good sign. Some extra attention from the sports medicine specialists. And that'll be a false start on the offense of the Bulls there. A quick jump by number 20 or 30 on the Bulls offensive line. Brings them back 5 yards. So 3rd and 15. Here for the Virginia Bulls. Direct snap. Off through the middle and a big tackle. Only 2 yards on the gain. Caleb Kyle was there to wrap up the running back. Scored the second CHICHO'S touchdown that the Mustangs have scored, as well as the extra point, bumping their score up from 6 to 13. Now, with not a lot of time left, it's a big 4th down here for the Mustangs on defense. And the Bulls on offense. Bulls trying to keep this drive alive as time winds down in the game. Handoff towards the outside, wrapped up by Smiley behind. There's a Bulls player down on the field. So that, again, the CHKD sports medicine team currently assessing the injured player down on the field at about the 40-yard line or so. After a big 4th down stop by the Mustang defense. Bulls currently up by a score of 19 to 13. As both teams are using this time to rehydrate. All the games today brought to you by CHICHO'S. And a great place to go after the games. They've got food, drinks, games, and more in one of their 8 locations. Find out which spot works best for you. Possibly even call in some delivery. As the injured player is up and making his way off the field. Again, under his own power, always a great sight to see. Of course, you never want to wish an injury on anyone. But good to see that he's up and making his way towards the sideline without needing too much assistance. So 1st and 10 for the Mustangs here. Not a lot of time left to work with. They'll start at the 40-yard line. They'll try to cover 60 yards before the full-time whistle. Flag down on the field, and it'll be an offsides call on the defense. So 1st and 5 now from the 45. A big win there for the Mustangs. Utilize the hard count. And catch the defense. Able to get them to jump quickly. First down coming up, handoff towards the inside. Able to gain about 3 yards or so was James Jr. 2nd and 2 coming up for the Mustangs. The important thing for them is to keep on moving down the field and keep that progress. They can't let a drive stall out. Another direct snap through the middle, moving quickly, brought down at the 40 now. A fresh set of downs, 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. That's a great play that they've developed there. The direct snap to one of their running backs. A timeout called by the Virginia Bulls. We've seen a lot of offensive success from the Mustangs so far on this drive. And try and keep this game still competitive. 13 to 19 the score. There's an extra bit of coaching going on here now from the Bulls coaches to their defense. As the Mustangs players get rehydrated, make sure that they're all set to go here in crunch time. Trying to start their season off with a big win here against the Virginia Bulls. All the today's action brought to you by CHICHO'S.
10.
Coaches
Ball
hustling
on
off the field. Quick throw
incomplete
towards the
pass.
wing, but misread there by the receivers. It seems like the two wide out were confused about which one of them would be catching the pass and which one would be blocking for the other. 2nd and 10 coming up. After Smiley gets the call from the sideline,
2nd and 10.
issues it out towards his team. And we'll see what the Mustangs do. Hand it off.
First around the corner. He tried to
Through the middle, wrapped up though. Gain of 0, 3rd down coming up. Still 10 yards to go for the Mustangs as they try to keep their hopes of tying things up alive. Now a touchdown would tie it. Extra point would put them ahead by 1. Hand off through the middle. Kyle taking this one. Moving forward to 30, at the 35, at the 20 before being pushed out of bounds. Caleb Kyle getting the job done when his team really needs it. Able to score the 2nd touchdown on the day for the Mustangs. Now they'll look to put the ball in his hands as they try and tie things up here late in the 4th quarter.
Big 9-9 on the run.
It was fortunate there for the Bulls that the sideline was so close. Once Kyle gets moving, it's very difficult to stop him, as it is for any of the other running backs, really.
I can't tell you how much time left because the refs got it on the clock, but we have a ball game. 1 minute.
First and 10 coming up at the 20-yard line. Low snap picked up by Smiley, trying to go forward, but the Bulls bring him down behind the line. Maybe a loss of 1 there. 2nd and 11 coming up here for the Mustangs. Timeout by the home side. As they try and keep their hopes alive here of tying this game up, maybe even pulling the lead. This game brought to you by CHICHO'S. 8 locations to choose from. Find out which one works best for you and either head there, dine in, pick it up, or even order some delivery to go. Mustangs back out onto the field after the most recent timeout. Coaches step away, and now it's up to the 22 players on the field. Bulls defense trying to hold on here. There's a player in motion up through the middle.
Up the middle. He'll get no yard.
But no gain there, really about 1 yard. Another stop by the Bulls. 3rd down coming up, about 9 yards to go. This game really going down to the wire. Mustangs trying to hang on here. 3rd down coming up. Still 9 yards to go. Smiley takes this one himself. Can't shed the 2 tackles. And it's brought down behind the line of scrimmage. 4th and 12 to go. Possibly last play on offense for the Mustangs. The last opportunity Virginia Beach on offense here. Late in the game, Smiley takes the snap. And a flag down on the field, offsides or on the defense. That'll certainly help the Mustangs out.
6 seconds remaining in the game. 6 seconds remaining in the game.
Fourth down from the 12-yard line. The Mustangs need to get to the end zone here. 12 yards to go. Player in motion. Smiley over towards his left. Trying to hold on to the ball, and the defense wraps him up, brings him down. And the Virginia Bulls come away with the victory after a very hard-fought, close game, 19-13 over the Virginia Beach Mustangs. A great game between these two teams, and that one turnover by the Mustangs proving to be costly has allowed the Bulls to get a touchdown and push themselves out towards the lead. And from there, they would never look back. Bulls come away with a victory, 19-13, and don't go anywhere. We've got more games coming up for you right after this. All of today's action brought to you by CHICHO'S. Since 1968, offering you more than just pizza. They've got food, drinks, games, and more. A variety of locations for you to choose from. Find out which one works best for you. Head there for dine-in, pickup, or even delivery. CHICHO'S presenting all of today's games for you here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex.
liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your chain away. It's kind of like giving your fame away. What's wrong with you? I sit in a box where the owners do. A boss is a road that I've grown into. I love you to death, but I told you the truth. I can't just be with you, I'm only you. Yeah, I got one Virgil, got one of their D's, the only two. Man, how many times have I shown and proved? Man, how many nights I've been woke, swerving the potholes, not trying to put the wheels on the road, okay? Funny how life goes. He thought he was sick, now we wiping his nose, okay? Soon as you give him your soul, you blow up and they say you're selling your soul, okay? They want life exposed, they want to know about the highs and lows. Well, summer all I did was rest, okay? And New Year's all I did was stretch, okay? And Valentine's Day okay? We'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay, okay, we'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay, okay, we'll see what's about to happen. Hey, hey, we'll see what's about to happen. Hey, we'll see what's about to happen. I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your chain away. It's kind of like giving your fame away. What's wrong with you? I sit in a box where the owners do. A boss is a road that I've grown into. I love you to death, but I told you the truth. Hey, yeah, I got one Lord, got one in that day, the only two. Man, how many times have I told you the truth? Man, how many nights I've been woke, swerving them potholes, not trying to fuck the wheels of the deals. I'm posted in Stockholm, it's me, the Owls, and the Twins, it's only the real. I'm moving way too humble, easy and handed it off. I still got no fumbles, I'm on a hot one.
Now here we have another matchup today. The Tidewater Trojans as they take on the Virginia Beach Mustangs in today's contest. Here in the 12U division, the Trojans wearing the white jerseys, white pants, and black helmets. And the Mustangs, the black jerseys, black pants, and white helmets. As we get set for the opening kickoff here. This one is sent up. Caught by Jefferson. As he starts to move up the field at the 30, where he's brought down at the 33. First and 10 here for the home side. So we've had quite a bit of action here today, starting at about 10 o'clock this morning. And after this contest, we still have one more to go. All of today's games being brought to you by CHICHO'S. Great place to go after today's games, or if you don't want to miss any of the action, order some delivery. It's second down and about 15 to go. For the Mustangs on offense here first. Opening drive of the game. Low snap, quickly wrapped up in the backfield though. He couldn't get any forward progress through the line. He was quickly brought down. 3rd and 15. Fumbling the snap, quickly able to grab it back though. As Jackson Ames. It looked like it slipped right through his hands, but fortunately for him, he was able to quickly grab it back and fall on top of it. It'll bring up 4th down here for the Mustangs. We've got 15 yards to go. Dropping back to pass, rolling out towards his left. Moving quickly is Ames, and a big hit. And a flag comes down on the field. We'll see what this call for is down on the field. It's a personal foul hit to the head from the defense. So likely it'll be a fresh set of downs here for the Mustangs, and indeed it will be, and we'll also get a trip down the field as well. They're at the 46-yard line, still on their own half of the field, though.
GNB Sportsplex on YouTube is streaming games all day long.
1st and 10 coming up.
The penalty would be 1st and 10, ball on the 45-yard line for the Mustangs.
Ames in the shotgun. Hands it off.
Hand off.
A couple yards here and there before being brought down.
2nd and 8.
Jale Whitehead with the carry. 2nd down coming up. 8 yards to go.
Hand off to the back.
Another handoff,
He's met. He was
but a
hit
big stop
absolutely
there.
nothing
Brody
on the play.
Jacobs,
Hit the back of
no room to run before he's tackled at the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 3rd down. Backfield loaded up over on the right side. And offsides by the defense, a good hard count by the Mustangs. It'll change this 3rd and 9 to a 3rd and 4. Still about 5 yards to go. It was a great job there by the Mustangs, making sure that they didn't let that one get away. But speaking of, that one's fumbled. Now quickly carrying this one over towards the right side. Javen Johnson worth the room with 20-yard line. He's brought down. And a big 1st down there for the Virginia Beach Mustangs. And after that fumbled snap, I'm sure I wasn't the only one who was going to wonder how this play would end up for the Mustangs, but ultimately it's a big 1st down for them. Great job by Javen Johnson. Will recognize the fire in the backfield, quickly pick up the ball, and make the most out of that opportunity. This one's handed off to Johnson again, but he's unable to replicate his success at the moment as he was brought down behind the line of scrimmage. 2nd and maybe 11 coming up here. Second down for the Mustangs on offense here. Trying to get the first points on the board. Ames feels the blitz coming, and he goes down.
Fumble on the ground. That'll be lost of yards.
3rd down. Here at the 27-yard line, they need to get to the 10. So quite a bit of distance for them to cover. Here it's 3rd and 17. As Ames gets the call from his sideline, he heads over back towards his team.
3rd and long.
Looks over towards his left, able to find a teammate and wide out. Drenning carrying this one, trying to get past the 1st down line. We'll see what the officials say, and he was able to get past there. 1st down for the Mustangs here at the 9-yard line. 1st and goal coming up. Mustangs trying to get on the board here early. And a great couple plays. There was Johnson's big run, and Drenning with a big reception down the field. This one handed off in the inside. A gain of a couple on the play. For number 13 was brought down. Still great progress here for the Mustangs. They continue to work their way down the field. Now inside the 10, trying to get inside the 5 and into the end zone. Another handoff. Met a big brick wall there in the Trojans' defense. He gets nothing on the play. Third down. Going for the goal here. Ames floating towards his right, lets this pass fly, and it's caught again by Drenning, but this time he doesn't have much time to run after he makes the catch. That'll bring up fourth down. So fourth and about 8 yards to go. There's a timeout called by the offense, so we're going to take a quick break here as well as the Mustangs look to get the first points of this game up on the board over the Trojans. Today's game brought to you by CHICHO'S. Pay them a visit after today's game. Food, drinks, games, and more. Got 8 locations here in the Hampton Roads area. Available for dine-in, takeout, and delivery. Make them a part of your game day. We're over here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Virginia Beach Mustangs looking to get on the board here against the Tidewater Trojans in the 12U division. Fourth and goal coming up from about the 8-yard line. Ames fakes the handoff, rolls out towards his right. He's swallowed up. The ball squirts free. And regardless, it's a turnover on downs. The Trojans will get it either way. Kind of a heartbreaking effort there for the Mustangs on offense, working their way down the field so far, but ultimately coming up with nothing to show for it on the scoreboard. As now their defense heads out for the first time today. Here in the first quarter. We'll see how the Tidewater Trojans match up with the Mustangs. The Trojans offense heads out. They get set, a couple of receivers wide, one on either side. Handoff up through the middle. Tackled by Luke Healy. Ends the play. 6.5-yard gain. Second down coming up here. It's a good start for the Trojans on offense. Always a big confidence booster when you run your first play on offense and you're able to pick up at least a handful of yards. Bring up second down, under 5 yards to go. Always a good feeling. It certainly helps out your play calling on third and possibly even fourth down if you need to make it there. Handoff towards the left side. Real close towards the first down, and it looks like the official will give it to him. First down for the visitors.
1 minute and running in the first quarter, 0-0.
First down coming up, 1st and 10 here at the 27-yard line. About 1 minute to go in the first quarter. So the temperature looks to have steadied out here in Virginia Beach at about 91 degrees. Feels like it's in triple digits though. Certainly the occasional breezes across the field here helps. Handoff quickly over towards the right side. He's got plenty of real estate to run here at the 50. Slowly, he's closed in down and pushed out of bounds. Aiden Andreas. Able to push number 3 out of play for the Trojans. That was a great stop by the Mustangs, able to hang with the play at the conclusion of the first quarter. Second quarter coming up here in just a few moments. Still tied at 0 between the Mustangs and the Trojans. All the games today brought to you by CHICHO'S.
Visit them after the game. They got 8 different locations, some of the best pizza in Hampton Road.
We're going to take a quick break and be right back with the rest of the action here in the second quarter coming up.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing 2 favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Virginia Beach Sportsplex on YouTube.
And here to start off the second quarter, 1st and 10 for the Trojans at the 40-yard line. Handoff
Handoff to the back. He's
towards the
trying to
left
get
side.
the edge. He has it.
Drenning in pursuit, can't quite catch him and forced out of bounds there by number 13 in black.
That's good enough for Trojans.
First down, another one for the Tidewater Trojans. A brand new set of downs here just outside the red zone. Looks like they're about a couple inches away from the 20-yard line. Another handoff here, but can't make the tackle. Moving inside the 10 before being brought down.
They call her D-Train, and that's another Trojan first down.
First and goal here for the Trojans. Now trying to do what the Mustangs couldn't and get those points on the board. There's a big gain by number 6 in white. Helping out the Trojans, getting closer and closer to the end zone. We see another handoff there, evading a tackle, brought down. We're getting closer and closer to the end zone. Now at the 3-yard line. Second down coming up. Mustangs haven't really had an answer for the Trojans' offense.
Quarterback sneak up the middle, and that'll be a touchdown.
And the quarterback for the Trojans makes his way into the end zone for a CHICHO'S touchdown. There is a penalty marker down on the field.
Got laundry on the field, though.
We'll see which side this one is called against. Whether it'll back up the offense. If it's called against the Mustangs, odds are they'll just decline the penalty. And they will. Trojans now up by 6. The touchdown stands. It looks like they'll go for the field goal here. Trying to get that extra point. And the kick is no good. Off to the side. Missed it wide right. But the Trojans still ahead over the Mustangs by a score of 6-0 after that last CHICHO'S touchdown on the quarterback keeper. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here in the second quarter. Mustangs will get the ball back on offense after this kickoff. The Trojans with a 6-point lead over the home side Virginia Beach Mustangs in this afternoon's contest. Here in the second quarter, Mustangs will get the ball back
Trojans kick off.
after a low kick on the ground. This one rolls all the way out of bounds at the 45-yard line.
That will be a penalty.
And of course, the penalty flag down on the field. The Mustangs will take over at the 45. The offense moves back out onto the field. We'll try to put an answer up on the board for the CHICHO'S touchdown that the Trojans were able to score.
This is a 13U division. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out for the opening for the Virginia UYF. Another 12U games. District Heights is down to Louisville 14-0.
Man in motion for the Mustangs offense. Hands it off to Callaghan, but he's brought down. A big tackle
Number 5.
and a loss of 7 on the play. That's really just a big blocking assignment that was missed by the Mustangs offensive line. On for a big tackle for a loss, and it'll bring up second down here. 2nd and 17.
Oh, stop by the offense.
3 flags on the field, and that'll move the ball 5 yards. Looks like the official just discussing things with some of the players. We'll call one of the coaches over for the Trojans. Now the coach telling his players not to talk, I believe. I'm not sure if they were talking towards the officials or the opponents.
Flags waved off.
And the penalties
They will restart.
waved off. Second down coming up. 17 to go for the Mustangs on offense. Ames hands it off over towards the right side before being brought down.
That's going to be a loss.
Once again, another big stop by the Trojans defense. They've had this Mustangs offense figured out so far here on the second drive of the game, at least in the second quarter. Third and 20. Quite a bit of ground to cover here. We'll see what the Mustangs look to do. Ames, quick pass out towards the left side. Doesn't make it back to the line of scrimmage, and that'll bring up fourth down. 4th and 21 here for the Mustangs. A frustrating start for them offensively here in the second quarter, no doubt. If things keep going the way that they have been, it looks like it'll turn the ball over and give the Trojans better field position than had they just gotten the ball immediately off the kickoff. Ames has this one fall, and he bounces on top of it. The turnover on downs here after the recovered fumble at the 35-yard line. The Mustangs moved the ball back 20 yards just for the Trojans to take over after the kickoff. After starting with great field position, can come up with absolutely nothing on the offensive side of the ball. And it'll be up to their defense once more and see if they can come up with a stop and prevent the Trojans from getting too far out in front of this game. First and 10, quarterback drops back looking towards his right, has a receiver wide open. One play and the CHICHO'S touchdown for the Trojans. They make it a nice even dozen here. 12 points right now. The Tidewater Trojans have a big advantage over the Mustangs. They'll look to push it one further with a point after this touchdown.
Touchdown, Trojan.
Last time they went for a field goal, ended up missing it wide to the right. It looks like they'll have another opportunity here, again going for a field goal.
Trojans with an extra point. 12-0 is the score.
This kick is up and good. Trojans able to convert.
Trojans up 14-0.
14-0 here. Trojans over the Mustangs. Mustangs will get the ball back, but their offense definitely needs a bit of a change in it. They're going to hope to contend in this game here, still in the second quarter. Trojans looking to be running away with it. All of today's games brought to you by CHICHO'S. Got food, drinks, games, and so much more. Providing you Great food and great times since 1968. With 8 locations here in the Hampton Roads area, find out which one works best for you and make them a part of your game day routine. So after that last field goal, Trojans up now by a score of 14-0 over the Mustangs. They get set to kick things off from their own 40, looking for a better attempt this time. Last time the ball only went about 5 yards before rolling out of bounds. This time much better. And it's caught, or rather dropped, just in front of the 20. Parson is brought down. About 10 yards of progress, but all of it was side to side. Unable to bring the ball from deep within his own territory. Last time on offense, the Mustangs ended up giving and turning the ball over on downs. After 4 plays, they ended up backing themselves up 20 yards. They started at the 45 and ended at the 35. Tidewater Trojans call a timeout here. We're going to take a quick break before the Mustangs take back over on offense. After the timeout, Mustangs will head back out on offense in this 12U matchup. Virginia Beach Mustangs football week 1. Brought to you, of course, by CHICHO'S. Certainly a great stop to head to after your game today. If you're at home watching the contest, possibly order some delivery from them. Got 8 Hampton Roads locations for you to choose from. First and 10 coming up here. The Mustangs still mulling things over by their sideline. After the Trojans called a timeout. They're making their way back out onto the field.
First and 10 for the Mustangs. Quarterback's counting out.
You guys that haven't been in the game, come on! Are you serious?
Get them in the game, 92 run, 92 run.
First down. There's a couple players they'll get set to go in the game, and a fumbled snap. Quarterback quickly jumps on this one. But unfortunately, that'll back them up about 7 yards, and a little bit more of the same for the Mustangs here on offense. It's now 2nd and 17. Certainly making progress down the field, just not the way that they want to be going. Handoff gain for about 0, though. 3rd down coming up. Trojans' defense has been very strong here so far in this game. Mustangs with hardly any positive yardage at this point. Had a great first drive and got all the way inside the 10. Were unable to punch it in after 4 attempts. 3rd down here. Handoff. Evading a couple tackles, but traveling backwards. And Johnson is wrapped up behind the play. Unfortunately for the Mustangs, that's the end of the half. They don't have to play out 4th down. It looked like it was 4th and forever. So after the first half, Tidewater Trojans up big on the Virginia Beach Mustangs, score 14-0. After the first half of action, we're going to be back with the second half coming up, including one more game after this one, all of it presented to you by CHICHO'S. A number of locations here in the Hampton Roads area. Be sure to pay them a visit after the games today.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookies and world-famous DQ Soft Serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these 2 get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing 2 favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com. When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. Two beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ soft serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing two favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
We're back here with the start of the second half coming up. The Tidewater Trojans up by 2 touchdowns over the Virginia Beach Mustangs. Today's action brought to you by CHICHO'S. More than pizza since 1968. They've got food, drinks, games, and so much more. Make them a part of your game day routine with 8 locations around the Hampton Roads area. You can dine in, take it to go, or even order delivery with CHICHO'S. Big supporter here of Virginia Beach Mustangs football. In week 1, they have some work to do, though, as the Trojans up by a score of 14-0. In addition to getting the kickoff to start the second half, this ball rolling at about the 30-yard line picked up. Trojans quickly moving down the field, have room in front of them, and a kick 6 here to start the second half. The Trojans up 20-0 after that CHICHO'S touchdown. And looking at the first half and how the Mustangs have had very little offensive production, it's got to be a frustrating thing for them immediately out of the gate. Give up a kick 6 to the Trojan return team. Things just don't seem to be going their way this afternoon. So now the Trojans will get set for the extra point. Looks like they'll try to send this one through the uprights for the second time this afternoon. Fumble the snap. It's taken over on the left side and stumbling across the goal line, but they'll say he hit the ground first. The extra point no good on the fumbled snap for the Trojans, but still the kick 6. Were the Trojans able to increase their lead with that CHICHO'S touchdown. So now after the halftime break, we'll see what the Mustangs have for us on offense. They've been able to change anything up at all. Behind the ball, it's had quite a bit of movement down the field, just not the way that they want to go throughout the first half. And the second quarter coming up here, the third quarter coming up here. Some changes certainly have to be made. We'll just have to wait and see, though, whether they're effective or not. And the Mustangs ready to return the kickoff almost as soon as they get the third quarter started with a kickoff. They'll be on the receiving end of one. Now the official hands the ball over to the kicker for the Trojans. So he places it on the tee. He'll get set to fire this one down into Mustangs territory. This one a short kick. The Trojans able to pick it up. Some penalty markers down on the field. We'll see what that's about. The officials congregate towards the center of the field.
on the district high score. Louisville Chargers just run a kickoff back.
After a bit of a conversation here, it looks like it's going to be against the kicking team. So we'll see what implications that has. The two options presented for the Mustangs coach was take it at about the 50-yard line and just start there on offense, as it looked like one of the Trojans kicked the ball down the field, or have the Trojans elect to take the kick once again. So the Mustangs opt for the 10-yard kick, and they'll start about the 48-yard line. They had a great drive to open the game, but have since been very quiet, if not silent, on offense. Going 4 and out both times, turning the ball over. The opening drive, though, got inside the 10, but they weren't able to put it into the end zone. There's penalty markers down on the field, and it looks like there were 12 men out there for the Mustangs. Bit of miscommunication there between the sideline and the players out there. Nettleton thought he was waved out by his coaches. So we'll have 2nd and 15 here. Wrapped up, brought down at the line of scrimmage. 2nd down coming up. So after the conclusion of this game, we'll still have one more contest for you here this afternoon. The game getting started at about 3:30 or so. Penalty marker down on the field. Ames takes this one himself before being tackled at about the 43-yard line.
We got an injury on the field.
Able to eat up quite a bit of yardage there, but a player down now from the Trojans. The coaches come out, as well as the CHKD sports medicine team from the sideline. As the players take a knee for the Mustangs. We're going to take a quick break here from the action. There were 2 players down on the field for the Trojans. One of them, number 7, has made his way up and over to the sideline. Like he just had his leg cramp up for a moment, but there's another one still down at around the 40-yard line. So getting some attention from CHKD sports medicine team. And now Now the referee's just urging the players over towards the sideline to get some water. Going to take a brief pause here. The players get the necessary attention out on the field. And so the injured player for the Trojans, number 14, currently being carried away on a gator, was able to make his way over, though, to the vehicle under his own power. Always a great sight to see, especially after a player going down and having not much movement. Certainly hope he's all right, and if he's really injured, the speediest of recoveries. I don't really want to speculate on what really went down. Looks like it'll be 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. They make their way back out onto the field. About the 37-yard line. Mustangs on offense still have yet to put some points on the board. They're looking to change that here. They hand it off, but wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. A big tackle And no yards gained there. Another good stop by the Trojan defense. They've made things almost impossible for the Mustang offense here this afternoon. There's another handoff and another quick stop. There's a flag down on the field. Although no word yet. Looks like the flag was waved off. Second down coming up. Or excuse me, third down. Third and about 14 to go here for the Mustangs in the third quarter. Motion in the backfield. The ball comes loose and it's picked up by the Trojans. They're headed back down the other way at the 15, the 10, 5, and into the end zone for another CHICHO'S touchdown by the Trojans. The Trojans, all sides of the ball, having a great game today. Had some offense picking up a couple of touchdowns. The kick return team also, and now the defense getting in on the action. Doing a great job on all sides of the ball here. Trojans up by a score of 26-0 over the Mustangs. So it looks like the Trojans lining up yet again for another field goal here after the touchdown. Snap comes in, set down, flags on the field. It was through the uprights.
Extra point good. Trojans 28, Mustangs 0.
And the flag was waved off, so Trojans able to convert on that one, now up by 4 scores to 0 over the Mustangs. Putting this game just even further out of the reach of the Virginia Beach Mustangs here. Trying to come away with something on the board here in the third quarter. Mustangs will be set to receive the kickoff in just a few moments. The games today presented to you by CHICHO'S. For food, drinks, games, and more, so one of their 8 locations here in the Hampton Roads area, giving you more than just pizza since 1968.
Mustangs football is presented by CHICHO'S Pizza.
And now the kickoff set to go here. So on deep, caught it about the 25-yard line. The Mustangs will look to bring it out. Evading about 3 tackles or so before being wrapped up at the 33-yard line. Good return there for, looked like it was Parson who picked that one up. Now the offense heads back out onto the field for the Mustangs. First and 10 at the 35. Just making some alterations here right before the snap. As the Virginia Beach Mustangs get ready. They hand this one off, go up through the middle. And a good chunk of yards there gained on the carry by number 8. Second down here. About 3 to go. Another handoff on the inside, but this time defense ready for it. Push the entire line back. No sense of a hole at all for him to run through. Now 3rd and 7. Snap handled by Ames, dishes it out towards his right, but throws that one away as he really felt the pressure coming there. And after a strong start to this drive, getting about 6 yards or so on the carry, last 2 plays coming up with absolutely nothing. That'll bring up 4th down here for the Mustangs. 6 yards to go, timeout called by the offense. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with the rest of the action here in the 3rd quarter. Today's game is brought to you by CHICHO'S.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookies and world-famous DQ Soft Serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these 2 get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing 2 favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
So with 4th down, 7 yards to go. Mustangs still no points on the board, trailing the Trojans 28-0. We'll see if they can put something together here. They don't want to walk away with yet another failed drive this afternoon. Pass looking out towards his right, fumble on the ground, scooped up by the defense. The Trojans able to put another CHICHO'S touchdown on the board. A hit from the blind side of the quarterback, Jackson Ames. Never saw it coming as he was primed to pass. The ball falls free. The Trojans really running away with this contest. Now this ball will get placed down inside the 5, and the Trojans will get set to attempt the field goal after the touchdown. Trying to boost their lead up to 36 points. This one's taken by the holder, and a giant hole opens up through the middle. That'll make this score 35-0. That's also the end of the third quarter, so the fourth quarter coming up here. The Trojans set to kick off. The final installation of regulation in this game. The Tidewater Trojans jumping out to a commanding 35-0 lead through the first three combined quarters. 2 touchdowns scored by their defense, 1 by the special teams. And some by their offense as well. As the Trojans have really just outmatched the Mustangs on every single aspect on the field today. So the kickoff from the 40-yard line, just moments away. This one low and on the ground, squib kick. Looked like it was jumped on by David Cox. And he held on to it as well. Brody Jacobs. Number 32 in black. An important play for the Mustangs as they were able to hold on to that ball. First and 10 coming up here at the 47-yard line. Mustangs looking to get at least a first down here on this drive. Just something different from what's been going on earlier in this game. And a big change, certainly needing it from the last 2 quarters of action. As Hathaway runs off the field, have a quick conversation with some of his coaches. The snap, aims back to pass through the middle of the field, but down incomplete. Second down coming up, 2nd and 10 here.
Ball's on the ground.
Fumbled the snap. It was picked up by the Mustangs and dropped for a loss. Another bump them back 5 yards. 3rd and 15 here in the fourth quarter. Third down for the Mustangs. James heads off the field. Mason Callaghan moving on to replace him. The shotgun about 5 yards back. Handles the snap, quickly fires it over towards his right. Defense almost comes up with an interception, but it falls incomplete. In the double team coverage, Caden Drenning can't come up with the big play. Fourth down. Quite a bit of distance to cover here for the Mustangs. We'll see if they'll make any progress here into the deficit. They hand it off, go up through the middle, and all they're going to get is 1 yard. Turnover on downs here right at the 50-yard line. Trojans offense ready to take the ball back. As the defense has been stellar for the Trojans, the offense equally as proficient. There's not a single aspect that the Trojans seem to be lacking here this afternoon. All portions of their game have been excelling, making things all but impossible for the Mustangs. Defendi out there, the defensive line for the Mustangs. This one handed off towards the right side. The player tackled and brought down. It was a bit of a hard collision between the player and the ground, but he seems all right, helped up by one of his teammates and an official. Second and 4. Trojans dropping back to pass here. Pressure coming. Able to escape it. Over on the left side now. Wrapped up and brought down about the line of scrimmage. Zaire Parson with the stop. Third and 4 here for the Trojans. Really hasn't been a difficult outing for them so far through this contest. As they've been able to jump out past the Trojans, past the Mustangs since their first drive of the game. A false start on the offense backs them up. 3rd and 8. And coming up after this game will be the 13U Mustangs. They take on, again, the Tidewater Trojans in this afternoon's main event. Brought to you, of course, by CHICHO'S. More than just pizza since 1968. They've got food, drinks, games, and more. With a variety of locations, 8 sprinkled around the Hampton Roads area. Find whichever one's closest to you and make CHICHO'S a part of your game day routine. Quarterback drops back now and tackled for a loss. Brody Jacobs coming up with a big sack. Bring up 4th and 11. 4th and 12 here now for the Trojans. As the Mustangs look to get the ball back with the prime field position, we'll see if they can do anything from it. First, they'll have to stop the Trojans, though, from advancing the next 12 yards. Dropping back, evades one tackle. Jacobs coming over, can't finish the job before finally dragged down at the 46-yard line. Trojans turned the ball over on downs after the quarterback keeper with pressure coming his way. And a big stop there for the Mustangs.
That'll be the ball game. Trojans 35, Mustangs
time winds down. That's the end of today's contest. Trojans come away with a big victory over the Mustangs, 35-0. This game presented to you by CHICHO'S. More than pizza since 1968, and now the teams will get set to line up at half field and offer some handshakes. And for you folks at home watching, don't go anywhere. We still have one more game coming up after this one. That's going to be the 13U division between the Mustangs and the Trojans once again here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Now it's time for the main event of the afternoon. In this contest at the U13 level, we have the Tidewater Trojans as they take on the Virginia Beach Mustangs. In today's final game of action, of course, all of this today presented to you by CHICHO'S, serving you more than just pizza since 1968. With 8 locations around the Hampton Roads area, be sure to find the location that works best for you. Dine-in, delivery, and takeaway available. If you don't want to miss a second of the action, give them a call and order some delivery so you can watch the entirety of this game and have some great food along with it. The Tidewater Trojans wearing the white jerseys, gray pants, and dark helmets. Virginia Beach Mustangs with the entirely black uniforms and white helmets. This ball rolled out of bounds. Illegal procedure, I would assume, is the penalty. As the clock starts here, and the Mustangs will head out for 1st and 10 to open the game. So Austin Urch here bringing you the action today at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. I have a bit of cloud coverage now, but it's still a rather warm day. Here, Virginia Beach, 90 degrees, feels like it's 100. At least we have a little bit of a breeze every now and then and some clouds shielding both the players, the officials, coaches, and spectators directly from the sun. So the Trojans will kick off once again here from the 35. This time this one is sent through the air, caught at the 25, and it's going to be brought back out. Up at the 40-yard line, nice dodge there by Clark before he's brought down at the 45-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. After a big return there, about 15 yards for Clark. It's exactly the way that you want to start a game. If you're not going to have a kick return for a touchdown, a great return like that is a great way to get your offense going. Now we'll see what the Mustangs have here on offense. 1st and 10. Starting from the 44-yard line. A couple of receivers wide out, one on each side for the Mustangs. 3 men in the backfield. And offsides there on the defense. 1st and 5 coming up. It was almost the entirety of the offensive line got rolled over on the penalty. Man in motion from the backfield, and it looks like it's another offsides. 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. After a pair of penalties on their opposition, the Trojans a bit too jumpy here at the start of this contest. Still awaiting the first play of the game. Same player in motion, fakes a handoff, rolling out towards his right. Pass is caught. And a nice pickup there of about 7 yards. Williams with the throw. And a good link up out on the far side of the field. About 2nd and 3 here for the Mustangs as they run their second play of the game. Already inside the 40-yard line of the Trojans. Working their way down the field rather efficiently with the help of 2 penalties on the defense. And a third one there, make it a trifecta. 3 offsides penalties, and The Mustangs get another first down, 1st and 10 here. Timeout by the defense. They certainly need to sort things out. Here early on in the first quarter, Mustangs running just one play. They've already advanced quite far down the field. Almost 30 yards at this point, thanks to 15 yards coming from penalties.
Mustangs football.
So we'll see if the Trojans can settle down just a little bit here in the final matchup of the day.
Hampton Road. This is 13U division.
CHICHO'S, the presenting sponsor of this action today here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Trojans and Mustangs facing off in the big game today here. 3 o'clock, players getting some water. Well, they're about 3:30, started about 3:45. So now the Mustangs head back out onto the field. Mustangs wearing the black uniforms, Trojans in white. As we get set for another 1st and 10 here in the first quarter. Early on, Williams under center. Hands it off. Carried out towards the left side, but Clark was brought down after a loss of 1. 2nd and 11 here. Looked like the offensive line had the hole just collapsed. Clark had to make do with what he had, possibly find another opening. On the left side of the line, but defense was able to find him, plug up the hole, and make the key stop, dropping him back for a loss. McDaniel in motion, tossed out towards Clark, making a move, and he's dragged down, line of scrimmage, no gain, 3rd down. So the Trojans defense doing a nice job now coming out of that timeout. Certainly their coach in conversation with the players helped calm them down possibly, or at least settle them down. So the Mustangs look to pick up a first down here, but they have 11 yards to go. Trying to get to the 25-yard line. Another timeout called by the Trojans. It's their 2nd timeout already in the first quarter, just a couple minutes in. So we're going to take a quick break here with a word from one of our providers.
Clock is on the field.
And 3rd down coming up here for the Mustangs as both teams back out onto the field. Shotgun formation. Williams back to pass, wrapped up by the defensive line. And a big sack there, drops him back for a loss of 6 yards. 4th down coming up here. So 4th down from the 43-yard line. Mustangs have quite a bit of distance to travel. They need to get to the 25. We'll certainly need a big play here. Timeout this time called by the Mustangs, not liking what they were seeing. They decided to take a bit of a break here. That's their first timeout of this quarter. And first time out of the game as well. Still tied 0-0 between these two teams. Mustangs started the drive off at about the 40-yard line or so. Got all the way as far as the 35 on the opposite side of the field, but have since been tackled for a loss a number of times. So they have quite a bit of ground to make up for here on fourth down. Mustangs definitely want to get on the board with their first drive. Sort of set the tone for the entire game and get out in front early. So now here's fourth down. Dropping back to pass and sandwiched between two players was Williams. Goes down on the opposite side of the 50 at the 47-yard line. A couple edge rushers not being picked up on either side by the Mustang offensive line. That certainly will cost them. Williams, no idea the pressure was coming his way. I think that had he known, he would have just gotten rid of the ball. So at least it'd be a turnover on downs from the line of scrimmage instead of back at the 50. That's where the Trojans take over. Four receivers out wide, two on each side. One of them, though, not picked up at all as the run through the middle. Wrapped up by Bratton. 2nd and 10 here for the visitors at the 50-yard line. Trojans break the huddle and get set. Let's see what the Mustang defense has here. The quarterback drops back. The southpaw fires one off through the middle, right through the receiver's hands. That'll bring up third down now. McLeod and Havanen now onto the field for the defense for the Mustangs. 3rd and 10. Player in motion, fakes a handoff. This time releases the ball. Dodging through 3 tackles before finally brought down. Mustang defense as of yet, but still quite a small sample size. We'll see if this defensive strength holds up throughout the game or even here on fourth down. Quarterback again towards the right side through the hands of the receiver. It looked like it was just out of his reach for turnover on down. 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. And they'll take back over right where they left off at the 50-yard line. As the offense heads back out onto the field. The defense set to go. Offense still trying to figure things out here. As the Mustangs getting set. Get the play call from their sideline. Check their cheat sheets, and now they get set to line up.
1st and 10.
Defensive linemen roll in, and a flag down on the field.
That'll bring the offense backside.
1st and 15 now for the offense after the penalty. Still remaining 1st down here, 15 yards to go. Handed off right up the middle, finding his way out towards the left side. Brought down from up around the shoulders. Ty J. Curtis with a big run there. Certainly would have been a 1st down if it was the regular 10 yards to go. And we'll see if they give him the 1st down here, and the Mustangs will ultimately get one anyway, thanks to the penalty it looks like, and that'll be a 15-yarder for a personal foul. It looks like a horse collar tackle. So now you're at the 29-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Mustangs as their offense continues to move down the field, and a lot of that has been in part thanks to the Trojans' defense giving up a number of penalties. It's Williams under center. Pitches it out. Clark on the run, the right side. Through 3 defenders before he's brought down, but nevertheless, that's a gain of some yards. Dropped about just shy of the 20-yard line. About 2nd down. 4 yards to go. These games today brought to you by CHICHO'S, serving more than just pizza since 1968. With 8 locations around the Hampton Roads area for you to choose from, find the one that works best for you. Available for dine-in, to-go, as well as delivery. Make CHICHO'S a part of your game day routine. And the shotgun now. Hands it off, but penalty flags down on the field over on the far side. False start on the offense. We're about 2nd and 10 now.
0-0 score here in the 1st quarter. This is the 13U division.
Here in the 1st quarter, team still deadlocked. Second and 8. Mustangs drop away from the ball to discuss their plans as they get word from the sideline. There's a bit of a strong breeze across the field over on the opposite side. 1st quarter comes to a close, still zeros on the board as we get set for the 2nd quarter of action. Either side really able to gain a significant advantage over the other. Defenses have been working overtime, have coming up strong. So we're going to take a quick break here and be right back with the 2nd quarter. Now here in the second quarter, both teams ready to go again. In the second frame of action, Mustangs on offense wearing their black uniforms and white helmets. Handoff up through the middle. Powell takes this one, but he's brought down after a gain of just a couple yards. And we'll bring up third down here for the Virginia Beach Mustangs. So the clouds seem to have vanished from overhead. The sun really beginning to beat down on everyone here in attendance. And penalty markers down on the near side of the field this time. False start on the offense yet again. Third down and about 13. You're at the 33-yard line. The Mustangs looking to do some damage on the scoreboard. The start of the second quarter, currently 2-0 sit there. There's a fumbled snap, quickly picked up, fired out. Caught by McDaniel Jr., and he's forced out of play. Fourth down, though, and just about 4 yards to go for a first down. So certainly a plausible task for the Mustang offense. Saw a couple early jumps from the defense, specifically the Trojans, on the first drive of the game for the Mustangs, perhaps trying to utilize a hard count here, catch them off sides, and get a free first down. About 4th and 4, dropping back. Pressure coming, and they can't escape it. And at the 35-yard line, Williams is tackled and sacked for a turnover on downs. Now it's 1st and 10 here for the Trojans. That's the second time that the Mustangs have turned the ball over via a sack on 4th down. So instead of just being able to throw the ball away, they've elected to keep it, or the pressure has come too quickly. And the pocket has just really disintegrated here on 4th down for the Virginia Beach Mustangs. A new set of downs here. Trojans take the ball over, a run over off to the right side. Well, took Bratton as a couple of other teammates to bring down the ball carrier. And the first down for the Trojans. They're at the 45-yard line. And a timeout will be called by the Trojans offense. Once again, that's their third timeout here this half. We're going to take a quick break here and be right back with the rest of the first half on YouTube at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex, presented, of course, by CHICHO'S. Back from the break and handed off towards the Trojans over on the right side. Looks like he got grabbed up high, and it looks like it will be a face mask.
It's going to be an automatic first down, plus add 15 yards to it.
So a great run by the Trojans, wheeling it out towards the right side along their own sideline. In addition, with a personal foul, will only help their progress down the line. So now 1st and 10 here from the 29. Trojans moving down the field. Hand this one off. Up through the gut, wrapped up. Great job there by Ty J. Curtis, being the first one to the ball carrier. Number 24 in black getting the job done. We saw earlier in the day how difficult it can be sometimes with all these players sweating so much, trying to grab onto them. Partially because of their own sweat, but also yours on your hands. These players wearing gloves certainly helps with that. Now 2nd down. About 11 yards to go. Another handoff towards the right side now. Able to evade one tackle before being brought down just shy of the 20-yard line. Clark was able to make the stop that time. And a timeout by the defense.
Timeout Mustangs.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. 2 beloved treats, soft-baked Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookies and world-famous DQ Soft Serve, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son, making memories while mixing 2 favorites. With the Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard, only at DQ. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Mustangs defense is pretty tough.
Trojans offense back out of their huddle now. They passed the 25-yard line. The ball's at about the 26. Excuse me, the 21. They've slowly been working their way down the field. Had a big chunk play. It's handed off again. Again on the right side. Tackled out of bounds at the 7-yard line. 1st and goal for the Tidewater Trojans. The goal line defense now for the Mustangs coming in. First and goal. From the 8, handed off. This time towards the near side of the field. And that's a fumble there. Just shy of the goal line. He was reaching for the goal line, but it looks like the play was blown dead at the 1. And if you're a Mustang fan, you have to feel hard done by that one. That's why coaches will say, don't reach for the goal line. If you get there, you get there. If not, we'll just have to run another play, but it's better than giving up a fumble and losing all chance of scoring that touchdown.
Second and goal.
So, second and goal from the 1-yard line. Penalty flag down on the field, offsides on the defense. Perhaps a late addition. Calvin Hannanen, ran onto the field but was caught offsides. So now second and goal still, but about half a yard closer. Run over to the right side. He's able to find his way through the goal line, get the half yard that he needed. And the Trojans putting the first points on the board thanks to a CHICHO'S touchdown. Score of 6-0 here after the Trojans claimed the early lead. See if they decide to go for 1 or 2. It looks like I'll try to run this one in, possibly go through the air. Handoff through the inside, and they get the job done. Now Trojans out to a 7-point lead over the Mustangs. In the second quarter, Mustangs will get the ball back after this next kickoff. The Trojans, after that last CHICHO'S touchdown, 7 points on the board. We're going to continue to press their advantage over the Mustangs. Trojans' defense has been pretty strong so far throughout the first quarter and early on here in the second. We'll see if they can continue to keep the pressure up. As the Mustangs get the ball back. Kicker sends this one on the ground. Slides past McDaniel Jr., but it's picked up at the 33-yard line.
Number 13, the smallest kid on the field.
Harris Jr.
For the tackle.
It's brought down after a return of about 5 yards. First and 10 for the Mustangs. We can hear up here all the coaching staff for the Mustangs preaching the mantra, hydrate to their team, to their players. As it is quite a warm day here, just standing around outside, but then playing a football game and all that gear on top of that. Certainly essential in order to stay hydrated and remain out on the field. As the Mustang offense slow to get out onto the field and get set up in formation. The delay of game on the offense. 1st and 15 from the 30-yard line. Coming up now for the Mustangs. Now a bit more prepared this time. The Mustangs appear so at least. It's handed off over on the left side. Powell gets brought down. 2nd and 14 to go. From deep within their own territory. Trying to get outside the 30-yard line. Looks like they were able to do so. That's the close of the first half here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex. Mustangs still trailing the Trojans by a score of 0-7. The Tidewater Trojans in front look to continue to push their lead as we come out of the second half. This game and all the games today brought to you by CHICHO'S, more than pizza since 1968 with 8 locations here in the Hampton Roads area. Find the best one that works for you and make CHICHO'S a part of your game day routine. We just received word that there was lightning spotted from the field, so might be a bit longer of a break than initially we were anticipating here at halftime. We'll try and keep you updated for everything going on later through this game. The players, coaches, everyone on the field move away.
Your match between the Virginia Beach Mustangs will be getting started shortly. The match between the Virginia Beach Mustangs and the Tidewater Titans will be getting started shortly, within 5 minutes.